Having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Abbas.
I'm here.
Alder Abbas is here. Alder Alboris. Alder Alboris is here. Alder Binford.
Present.
Alder Binford is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is here. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is present. Vice President Curry.
Here.
Vice President Curry is here. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is here. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. President Furman.
Present.
President Furman is present. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Halverson is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is here. Alder Limmer.
Here.
Alder Limmer is here. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is here. Alder Mayadzi.
Present.
Alder Mayadzi is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is here. Alder Vidavere.
Present.
Alder Vidavere is present. Alder Wahalier.
Here.
Alder Wahalier is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Can we have the meeting instructions, please?
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the Common Council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you all to join me in just a moment of silence tonight. Since the last time we met, our country has experienced two mass shooting events, one in Buffalo, where we witnessed a horrific anti-Black hate crime, and another today in Texas, where elementary school children were killed. This is the 144th day of the year 2022. There have been at least 215 mass shootings this year. Gun violence is a public health crisis in our community and in our country. Let's take a moment. Thank you. And I hope after reminding us of those tragedies, I don't have to remind us to act with the civility and decorum that our public expects of us. We start tonight with honoring resolutions. Item 1 is an honoring resolution commending and thanking Alder Christian Alboris for his dedicated service to the constituents of District 20 and to the city of Madison. And I will turn it over to Alder Harrington McKinney to read.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas Alder Christian Alboris was elected to the Madison Common Council on April the 2nd, 2019, garnering over 68% of the vote, and was re-elected on April the 6th, 2021, garnering over 77% of the vote. And whereas Alder Alboris served on the Ad Hoc Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, City County Liaison Committee, Community Development Block Grant Committee, Economic Development Committee, Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Review Ad Hoc Committee, Plan Commission, Public Safety Review Committee, Urban Design Commission, and Vending Oversight Committee. And whereas, because one of Alder Alboris's primary goals was to be a conduit of information for his constituents, he started holding District 20 talks, later reaching out to Alder Barbara Harrington McKinney to collaborate with him, and ultimately expanding to the broader West Side aldermanic districts so they could bring informative discussions on a variety of topics to their constituents through the renamed West Side Community Conversations. And whereas in 2015, before being elected to the Common Council, Alder Alboris was honored to be a citizen appointee to the Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Review Ad Hoc Committee. Out of that work came over 170 recommendations on how we as a community can approach policing differently. Later, as a member of the Common Council, Alder Alboris played a role in the historic creation of an independent police monitor position and a police civilian oversight board. And whereas Alder Alboris was instrumental in bringing many pedestrian, traffic, and neighborhood safety improvements to District 20, including the installation of speed humps on Prairie Road in front of Hagel Elementary School for the safety and well-being of kiddos, staff, and the community. The culmination of a grassroots safety initiative by parents and grandparents in the area. And whereas Alder Alboris was honored to serve on the Economic Development Committee and the Community Development Block Grant Committee, where he worked to support our local economy and workforce and advocated for the development of affordable housing stock in Madison. And whereas Alder Alboris is proud to have been part of the Common Council's leadership in addressing violence as a public health issue, including establishing our own Community Alternative Response Emergency Services, CARES initiative, which seeks to ensure that an individual experiencing a critical incident in their life gets the appropriate medical response. And whereas Alder Alboris sought to embody being an advocate and active listener to the concerns of District 20 residents, and always pursued that principle by frequently collaborating with local neighborhood associations in District 20, including the Meadowwood Neighborhood Association, Green Tree Neighborhood Association, and Prairie Hills Neighborhood Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and Common Council commend and thank Alder Christian Alboris for his dedicated service to his constituents in District 20 and to the city of Madison. So ends the reading.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Harrington McKinney and seconded by President Furman. And now former Alder Aboris is with us. Alder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was really funny getting roll call there. I'm like, wait, am I supposed to say present or not present? Like, I'm going to keep my comments here super short because I understand like the great work and time and commitment that it takes for you all to be here. But I just want to leave on the note of like, I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. I'll be honest, I think over the weekend I had a little bit of a reprieve of like, wow, what it feels like to just kind of be a normal resident and citizen. And, you know, it is definitely a different way of living. I'll just say that. Like, I know many of you have served on here for many years and some of you are newer, and the burden that you carry of serving your district and the burden that you carry of trying to make decisions that are not easy and that inevitably, no matter which way you vote, is going to have a critique. It's not easy. So I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge some of the many amazing faces and people that are here from the Prairie Hills Neighborhood Association. We got folks from Green Tree. We got folks from Meadowwood. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. I know that there's a resolution to speak to the great leadership that you all have, but I just want to thank you all for during my tenure to have been a sounding board that I can go to about policy decisions and really just to get your feedback on some of those really tough issues that I had to vote on. And I really did try and embody that of listening to you all and also, you know, wrestling with what my own principles and values were in the mix of that. And that always wasn't an easy discussion to have at times, but I think that it was always diplomatic, always, I would say, good deliberation. I want to thank city staff. You folks are amazing. You know, you folks are the backbone of the city. Obviously, as elected officials and policymakers in collaboration with the mayor, we set the tone and direction of things. But you know, you folks are the ones really operationalizing that, whether it's picking up trash or being a cop on the streets or being a firefighter. You know, whatever it is, or being higher level administrators or legal counsel, you all play a really critical role in making sure that the functioning of our city is good and healthy and for the benefit and welfare of our community. So thank you also, city staff. It's been a great ride. I obviously wanted to stay on the council as long as I could, but with, you know, this family decision that we made, which is a good decision for our family to get a new home. I can't think of any better reason to leave on that kind of note, right? My wife won that discussion. I'll just say that, right? And my daughter is very happy with our new home, and we're just really looking forward to the many memories and new chapters that we have with this new move. So hopefully I can have each and every one of you over here at the new space for a cheers and a toast to you know, the good times we had and you know, good times moving forward. But that said, thank you, especially my council colleagues and the mayor. I really appreciate all that you do. And with that, I'm gonna shut it down so that way I don't hold up the boat any longer. But thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We'll call you Alder one last time. Alboris, for being here tonight and for your service. Alder Wahilihi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to say a few words. I had the opportunity to work with Alder Kristen Alboris for the West Side District conversation, and his collaboration, his commitment to the district was so profound. And, you know, I've learned so much from you, Alder Alboris, and just want to say thank you for your service, but also thank you for your friendship and your knowledge. And I wish you all the best, and hopefully we will see you around. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up too and just say a quick note that you know, I served with Christian Alboris on the Public Safety Review Committee, and you know, he's definitely a man of integrity and with great values, you know, with family and and friends and a lot of people that appreciate him. And I definitely looked forward to a lot of his knowledge when I first got onto the Public Safety Review Committee in order to get this boat moving that actually got me to where I'm at right now because of looking at his leadership, his great leadership, and admiring that. And so I just wanted to thank him for all his great leadership and his great commitment to the city of Madison. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I will remind all of us that you have collectively asked yourselves to limit yourselves to 2 speakers per honoring resolution. Alder Carter. Thank you, Alder Carter. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection and with a virtual round of applause, thank you again, Alder Alboros will record a unanimous vote. That brings us to item number 2, which is resolution commending and thanking Alder Arvina Martin for her dedicated service to the constituents in District 11 and to the city of Madison. I believe Alder Bennett will be reading this one.
Yeah. Whereas Alderperson Arvina Martin was elected to Madison Common Council on April 4th, 2017, and whereas Alderperson Martin served on the Ad Hoc Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee, ADA Transit Subcommittee, to the Transit and Parking Commission, Affirmative Action Commission, Common Council Executive Committee, Community Services Committee, Historic Preservation Plan Advisory Committee, Ho-Chunk Nation / City of Madison Joint Planning Committee, Joint West Campus Area Committee, Landmarks Commission, Madison Cultural Arts District Board, Madison Food Policy Council, the President Work Group to review and revise the Chief of Staff position description, President's Work Group to review council communication tools and processes, Task Force on Equity in Music Entertainment, Transit and Parking Commission, and Water Utility Board. And whereas Alderperson Martin, upon her initial election, became the first Indigenous and more specifically Ho-Chunk person elected to Madison Common Council, and whereas the city of Madison was built upon a land where members of the Ho-Chunk Nation have lived since time immemorial, and whereas Alderperson Martin consistently worked to connect the traditions of Madison's original inhabitants with the city's modern day needs and concerns. And whereas Alderperson Martin worked with former Alder Maurice Cheeks to update the city's official flag so that the original intent of the design was upheld while removing culturally appropriative imagery that had no connection to the city. And whereas Alderperson Martin was able to cast a unique perspective on items related to historic preservation, including contributing to the Historic Preservation Plan Advisory Committee, Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, and the Landmarks Commission. And whereas Alder Martin was instrumental in working with the Madison Fire Department on creation and implementation of the CARES program, providing non-law enforcement options for those seeking help in the case of certain mental health emergencies. And whereas Alder Martin consistently worked to share information on and support many development projects, including Madison Yards, which has been considered to be the largest development project in city history that will provide more housing units to the city ahead of an anticipated population boom. And whereas the storm of August 2018 created massive flash flooding and severe damage to many residents on District 11. And whereas Alder Martin worked with state legislatures demanding that the governor issue a state of emergency for the city, issuing that residents would be able to work with FEMA to receive financial assistance in their recovery, and champion stormwater management studies and plans to prevent such devastation from happening in the future. And whereas Alderperson Martin was elected by her peers to serve as vice president of the Common Council from 2021 to 2022, now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and Common Council commend and thank Alderperson Arvina Martin for her dedicated service to her constituents in District 11 and to the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Bennett and seconded by President Furman. Alder Martin,
Oh, me first?
if you would rather go last, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think Alder Hack wanted to speak then.
It's my turn?
It's your
Okay.
turn, Alder.
Thank you. Alder Martin. I think I can say that we understand that your desire to spend more time with your family is a big factor that motivates you to choose a different branch of life's tree. We also appreciate that your job as executive director at Emerge Wisconsin is also a large part of why you're choosing a different path forward. I know I'm thrilled that you will be working to elect more progressive women to public office in all levels of Wisconsin government. After all, studies have shown that women are superior policy and decision makers. I can imagine that some alders are just a bit jealous of your moving on, as I am, but I also know that we respect your decision and that we are all deeply appreciative of your having given us the opportunity to share these years and experiences with you. We are all better people and better alders having known you and worked with you. My apologies if that sounded like a eulogy, but I am indeed sad that I will not be working with you in the future. Fortunately, you are more than still with us and unsurprisingly still serving your communities. First and foremost, I want to thank you for bringing a Native perspective and Native representation to Common Council and to the city of Madison. The city should not take for granted the power of your presence over the past 5+ years. You are the embodiment of the adage, representation matters. Time and time again, you were here to remind us, sometimes due to your mere presence, and many other times due to your wise words and actions, or even a raised eyebrow, the latter particularly apparent the past 2 years in Zoom land, that we are on Ho-Chunk land and that the Ho-Chunk and other First Nations not only preceded the rest of Madison and Dane County residents, but that you are integral parts of the fabric of our current community. Fortunately, we also had the good fortune of your insights on the many issues that come before us. I won't repeat what has already been said, but your multifaceted perspectives allow you to see all sides of an issue, respect differences of opinion, and to reach logical and informed conclusions. Those valuable perspectives include Native, women, young, parent, queer in the broadest, most powerful, and loveliest sense of that reclaimed word, intelligent, caring, collaborative, and I could go on. I also suspect that your Derby experiences were part of your gaining some of those perspectives. Perhaps current and future alders should be required to participate in or attend roller derby matches in hopes that we and they will gain even a slice of your caring and broad perspectives. We will miss you on council, and thank you, Arvina, for your exemplary service to the city.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver.
Okay, I can't hold a candle to what Alder Heck just said. So I will keep it very brief and just say, thank you for your service. Thank you for your mentorship. Thank you for what you're doing for Emerge as an Emerge grad. It's incredibly important to keep Keep them coming. And of course, thank you for your experience. The truth that you were born into and your lived experience has brought so much to the committees you've been on, to the council, and to the city as a whole. And we are all the better for it. And we sincerely hope that while you may be the first Indigenous person to serve on council, you will not be the last. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vetiver. Alder Martin.
Yeah, I guess it's time for me to talk. Thank you, Alder Heck, for referencing the eulogy comment that I made last time or after vice presidency. It's still kind of weird for me. All of you that know me know that I wear my heart on my sleeve, and obviously I'm crying already because tonight is bittersweet. I have absolutely loved to be able to serve my home. I was born and raised here, and I love this place. I can't even imagine, like, I can't describe the honor of representing neighbors who were parents of my friends growing up, parents of kids that I used to coach on swim team, friends that I grew up with that moved back to the neighborhood, and even moving on to like my daughter, her friends, and everybody that is like kind of this next generation. It's unbelievable to me. And I'm really sad that my reality makes it necessary for me to move on to another role. God, I cry at everything, you guys. I did want to mention my thoughts about, briefly just say that like my heart breaks for the violence that happened today, that happened 10 days after racially motivated violence happened in Buffalo, like 10 days ago. It feels weird to like talk about anything when it comes to what the kind of devastation that we've seen in Texas and in Buffalo. I'm so proud to have worked with former Fire Chief Davis on the CARES program, and getting it to start from like the ground level up to the program that it is today, and it's already grown. It's amazing, and I know that this kind of compassionate care will save lives and has saved lives of Madison residents as well as visitors who may experience mental health crises. I'm so proud to have worked to remove a culturally appropriative image from our city flag while retaining the meaning and the design that was originally conceived. And I'm so proud to have been able to help my neighbors during the floods of of 2018, when the flash flooding was incredible. And I will never forget my neighbors on Waite Circle who had such tremendous damage, and being able to work for the immediate help of those folks who were affected, as well as working on long range plans with regards to stormwater management and stormwater planning. I also want to say that city staff, you guys are so awesome. You guys are amazing. And you guys, with your very, very specific experience and education about whatever your particular professional field is, makes all of us look good. And thank you so much for listening to our questions and helping us grasp issues and work through the issues that our city faces. You guys are incredible. I wish I could name all of you by name. I had a bunch of other stuff that I was going to say, but to my colleagues, as well as the colleagues, including the mayor and the mayor's office, I've learned so much from every single one of you about what it means to serve the public. Each and every one of you has a certain gift that you are giving residents of the city. Please don't forget that. And other alders, please recognize that that everybody has that one spot inside of them that is here to represent and make our city better. I know that differences happen, but I know that we can also work together. Lastly, I guess I want to say I can't wait for the day where I can be referred to as just the first Ho-Chunk or Native Alder, as opposed to the first and only. To all of you Ho-Chunk kids, as well as all of you Native kids, and all of you kids, you can do this kind of thing. Please think about it. If you care about your community, this is a position that you can do. And your opinions matter. And please make sure that your policymakers know what you care about, because first of all, we want to know. And second of all, because your opinions matter a great deal. You're the future, and I can't wait to see what all of you do. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder Martin. The first, but not the last. That's been moved and seconded, and I think without objection, we'll record another enthusiastic, unanimous vote in favor, and wish you all the best, Alder Martin. It's been an honor to serve with you. All right, item 3 is an honoring resolution recognizing and commending Sally Jo Spaney for her professional and personal dedication to the city of Madison, and congratulating her on the occasion of her retirement. And this one will be read by Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. It is with some sadness that I have the honor to read the following resolution. Whereas Sally Jo Spaney has announced her plans to retire from city employment effective May 31, 2022. And whereas Sally Jo leaves after 21 years in city service, a career that included stints with the Madison Police Department, City Parking Utility, Traffic Engineering, and the Community Development Authority, where she was a housing site manager at the Triangle, a housing development that served a growing community of older adults and people with disabilities. And whereas these experiences, as well as 8 years of service on the Board of Aging and Disability Resource Center, helped develop the skills and knowledge that would prepare her for her current role, in which she joined the Community Development Division in late 2018 to manage the Madison Senior Center and lead the team charged with coordinating programs and activities that help older adults in Madison age successfully. And whereas Sally Jo embraced the challenge of succeeding a 30-year incumbent in that position and quickly established herself as a committed and able leader, winning the confidence of her colleagues as well as the network of community partners who support the older adult population, and becoming a familiar and friendly face to patrons of the Senior Center. Whereas, under Sally Jo's leadership, the Madison Senior Center retained its coveted national accreditation, a recognition bestowed upon fewer than 175 facilities in the country. And she identified and secured budget authorization for a series of improvements at the center, which, when completed, will improve working conditions for center staff and make the property safer and more accessible for its guests. And whereas, like pretty much everything else in our world, Sally Jo's tenure at the Senior Center was significantly disrupted and altered by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas under her calm and collaborative leadership, Sally Jo and her team worked closely with community partners to respond to the pandemic and adjust their approach to supporting older adults, turning to virtual programming and other means to maintain contact with many older adults for whom that support was crucial and to relieve some of the isolation that so many experienced. And whereas Sally Jo has recognized the relative lack of diversity among participants in city-supported programs and activities, and responded to that situation by initiating conversations around what is needed to make them more inclusive and more responsive, particularly to people of color, to those who identify as LGBTQ+, and to those of more modest means, an effort surely to be picked up and continued by Sally Jo's successor. And whereas in her many roles and interactions with colleagues, clients, partners, and the public, Sally Jo brought warmth, kindness, and caring to bear, traits that will be sorely missed by all, and that speak volumes about who she is as a person and to her commitment to those with whom she has served and to whom she has dedicated her career. And whereas on the occasion of her retirement, Sally Jo will now be afforded added time to devote to her children and grandchildren, to bike, kayak, and paint, and to practice what she has long been preaching, placing a priority on staying active, staying mentally sharp, and staying engaged in her community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Common Council recognize and thank Sally Jo Spaney for her service to the city of Madison and its residents, congratulate her on her well-deserved retirement from city service, and wish her well in her future endeavors. And Mayor,
Thank you, Alder.
And Mayor, if I may, I would like to say a few words.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you very much. I will try to restrain myself. I know I'm not very good at this when I speak on honoring resolutions in particular. But let me say that when Sally Jo called me many months ago now to let me know that she had plans to retire, I was shocked. And I think my response to you, Sally Jo, was, but you just got here. And that is true that I had to ask her immediately, well, how long have you been our senior center and senior services manager? And when she told me it's been about 3.5 years now, I was shocked because, like everything, the pandemic caused us to lose all track of time. And it seems like only yesterday, Sally Jo, that you joined us and have been such a dynamo in taking on this role. As was mentioned in the beautifully written resolution by Jim O'Keefe, a role that I wouldn't want to wish on anybody trying to fill the huge shoes left by someone like Christine Beatty, who had become a legend in her 3 decades plus of service, serving older adults in our community. But you took on the challenge with gusto and have done an absolutely magnificent job. As the resolution stated, with only a year plus of being in the position, you had to quickly pivot and pivot your staff and colleagues, partners throughout the community to the realities of the global pandemic. And you did so by immediately engaging with our senior center participants and our partners in, among other things, a series of virtual programming to this day continues. The actual building, for those that don't remember, was shuttered from approximately March of 2020 to July of 2021. But I would argue that during that time, we didn't miss a beat in terms of the virtual programming, in terms of ensuring that the nutrition site remained operable in terms of home deliveries for our participants that depend on that nutrition site that's formerly operated by Newbridge. And it really is hard to believe that we were closed for so long, because we really weren't ever closed. Sally Jo, I just want you to know that as the resolution states, I see it every single month in our Committee on Aging meetings and in our personal conversations that you have placed at the forefront since you came to our this role. And I'm sure in your prior career on the Triangle and elsewhere, the critical importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that shows. I mean, there's so much new programming, for example, the Voices of Color series that is dedicated to that. Until your retirement kind of got in the way, we were on the verge of hiring a consultant to help us with these issues of engaging more with communities of color, in our community. And I know that that will pick up again when your successor is named, and will be a priority for your successor and the staff that remains, and those of us on the Committee on Aging, Alderperson Heck and I included. I just want you to know I'm going to miss you personally very, very much. I don't know how we're going to go through a aging RFP process. I presume within the next year without your leadership and guidance. You have really been a great visionary leader, despite your relatively short stay in your current position, certainly relative to Christine. So I want you to know that I'm thrilled that we were able to have this moment to congratulate you formally and say goodbye to you and to recognize your accomplishments. Because as you know, I feel guilty. I'm missing your formal retirement party next Tuesday afternoon because I'll be out of town. And just want you to know that you really have truly made a difference from my vantage point as a longtime observer of the Senior Center's activities and as a member of the committee and its successor committee. You've done a fantastic job, and we can't thank you enough for that. I know this isn't goodbye, Sally Jo, because I know I'll see you and your family around at the Elks Lodge, and I look forward to that, especially on Friday nights. But certainly want to congratulate you and thank you for everything. Godspeed, my friend.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Alder Heck, please allow me to kind of jump in front of you, because I wanted to say to Sally Jo, I served on the area aging at the Madison Senior Citizen when you first came on board. And sitting around that table, you always reminded us is that we age, but we age with dignity and we age with grace. And so I just wanted to thank you for your contribution to the time that I was around the table, but your contribution to the men and women who were at the Senior Citizen. You did have great shoes to fill, but you did it with such grace. And I wanted to be the first to say thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you so very much for what you do to older adults, and to say that you always left us feeling that we mattered. And that is so very, very important. So good luck to you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Sally Jo?
Good evening. Thank you so much. This is quite an honor, and it truly has been my privilege to serve not only as the Older Adult Services Manager and Senior Center Manager, but as an employee of the City of Madison. You heard that I was fortunate enough to work at several city agencies, and throughout my tenure, I've been offered opportunities to grow personally and develop professionally because of the excellent leadership in the City of Madison and the very talented professionals that I've worked alongside. I believe that through those relationships with colleagues, that we work together to provide the very best service that we could to our residents. And I just want to extend a thank you to all of you leaders for the support and guidance that you provided along the way. I have truly appreciated my city employment experience. It's been just a wonderful experience serving as the Senior Center and Senior Services Manager. I believe that diversity and equity need to come to senior services, and that there's a good foundation going forward to make that happen. I just want to thank you all for your contributions tonight. Thank you, Alder Revere. I look forward to seeing you in the future. Alder McKinney, thank you so much for your kind words as well. And to Director Jim O'Keefe, thank you very much for this honoring resolution. It's very meaningful. I'll miss you all, and keep working for older adults, please.
Thank you, Sally Jo. Really appreciate your years of service, and I particularly appreciate you taking on the work of collaborating with AARP and becoming an age-friendly community. And I promise you, we will carry that work on and learn from the work that you and your colleagues have done. Alder Verveer will have moved that, and President Furman will have seconded it. And without objection, we'll record another enthusiastic but sad vote, unanimous vote in favor of the resolution. And thank you again, Sally Jo, for your service. All right, that brings us to item 4, which I believe will be read by Alders Harrington, McKinney, Wahilahi, and Carter. I'm not sure which of you is going first.
I will start it off. Whereas Toby Emer attended and finished at Cleveland Heights High School and graduated from Ohio State University in 1965, moved to Madison, Wisconsin in 1967, and began working at the University of Wisconsin Extension in the program to assist women on government assistance prepare for their general education development, GED, diploma. During her tenure, she assisted hundreds of women complete a high school credentials, helped create Omega School in 1972 with Stephen Friedman, David Nance, Ann Habel, and others after the federal funding was cut for her GED program at the University Extension, and continued to offer GED and HSED preparation in the Dane County community. Omega School will celebrate its 50th anniversary celebration on May 26, 2022. Moved to New York City in the late 1970s and was hired to run the United Auto Workers Adult Education Program with multiple sites around New York City. Toby retired in 2021 after over 40 years as an adult basic education director and GED instructor. Was active in the anti-war movement, civil rights struggle, prisons rights, and advocacy movement and the Puerto Rico independence movement. She passed away May 15, 2022, and leaving behind a daughter, Patty, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, dedicated 50 years of her life to service with abundant selflessness contribution to our community. And whereas Terry Evanson, serving in her 6th year as president of Meadowwood Neighborhood Association, has solicited and written grants to support the work of Sheree Wallace and Meadowwood Health Partnership, promoted and supported an annual Make Music Madison stage at Meadowwood Park, worked with the West Madison Police District to promote greater cohesion between neighbors and the police, increase membership, participation, and visibility of the Meadowwood Neighborhood Association, overseeing the design, creation, and installation of new durable welcome signs for Meadowwood, and I'll pass it on to Barbara.
Whereas Tara Keenan joined the Prairie Hills Neighborhood Association PHNA board in 2011 when she moved into the neighborhood and was recruited by Gloria Myers, held PHN board posts of secretary, vice president, and president, has been president for the past 5 years. Along with the PHNA board, was a part of the mobile fresh food cart program that lasted for 2 years. Played a role in partnership with many others to help create the Teresa Terrace Neighborhood Center, which provides much needed programs for youth, adults, and families in the neighborhood. Played a role in the Prairie Street Free Food Pantry that started in March 2020 and is still going by Nikki and Rick Stapleton, and is part of the PHNA board liaisons with local elementary school advisors to help provide access to resources, support for families in need regarding matters such as rent and landlord relations, food and safety issues. And whereas Sheree Wallace tirelessly strives to serve the community to strengthen families, provides wraparound service to eliminate the social determinants of health, provides assistance to address housing insecurities to prevent eviction, assist with completing rental applications, and advocate for housing, helps folks address medical needs, household supplies, and baby essentials, connects people to legal services and prenatal care and support, created and funded and founded the Meadowood Health Partnership, MHP, in 2016. The primary mission of the MHP is to strengthen families, promote literacy, and provide neighborhood-based model health care. Significantly impacted both District 20 and the city through her leadership, and I'll pass it on to Alder Haley.
Thank you, Alder McKinney. Whereas Jane Serafini, Green Tree Neighborhood Association president, joined GTNA in 2008. First served as an area 8 rep and membership coordinator, served as a secretary of GTNA from 2023 to 2024, served as a co-president from 2024 to 2014 to 2015, served as the president from 2015 to the present. Along with all, GTNA is proud of the annual December Holiday Lights contest, which promotes fun, friendly neighborhood competition. Bragging rights are given to the first, second, and third place residents with the most festive holidays lighting decorations. Along with the Green Neighborhood Association hosts the annual Halloween bonfire, allowing for safe fun for folks to meet and spend time with neighbors in a family-friendly environment. And whereas Mark Freire is the Dane County Director of Arts and Culture Fair, graduated with an MBA in finance from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, assisted providing over 1.25 million of COVID relief funds in 2021 to over 600 independent working artists struggling during the pandemic, is a proud husband to an amazing wife, Rebecca, and a loving son, Emiliano, who just completed his first year of medical school at UW-Madison. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Madison Common Council thank Toby Emmer, Terry Evanson, Tara Keenan, Sheree Wallace, Jane Serafini, and Mark Freire for their collective efforts that have made District 20, the city of Madison, and our region a better place for everyone.
Thank you, Alders. We will take that as having been moved by Alder Wahilehe and seconded by Alder Harrington McKinney, if that's okay. All right. And we do have, I think, 3 of the folks here with us tonight, Sheree Wallace, Tara Keenan, and I think we had Jane Serafini also. Sheree, would you like to start?
I would like to say thank you to Kristen for recognizing my work and my organization. It has been a pleasure working with you as you served as alderman. You will be truly missed in our community. And the reason I say this, because of your efforts to meet with the business owners, walk door to door um, with me as we spoke with residents. You introduced yourself to the community. You allowed every voice to be heard, and you made efforts to support, take action, and acknowledge everyone. I I would truly miss the support that you provided to me and my family as my granddaughter was dealing with a school issue. As an alderman, you took it upon yourself to reach out to certain peoples regarding that issue. Um, you really just really looked out for people in the community that thought their voices wasn't heard or acknowledged, and you made everybody. And I always said that Meadowwood is two communities in one, and you were that special person that made all of us feel a part, and you brought our voices to the Common Council. And I also want to thank the Common Council and you, Mayor, for providing support in our community for me to do this work. Because if it wasn't for you all, my work would never exist. And I really want to thank Alderman Barbara McKinley. She told me one day, many years ago, don't walk out. You stand up and you speak up. And ever since then, I've been standing, speaking for all the residents in my community. And I just want to thank all of y'all because none of this work I'm doing wouldn't be this positive if it wasn't for you all making the decision to acknowledge a person doing the work in the community. Thank y'all. I really appreciate all of y'all.
Thank you, Sheree. We appreciate you. Tara, did you want to speak?
Sure. And I'm a Tara versus a
Tara, excuse me.
That's okay. I spend most of my time telling people that. Yeah. Gosh, I feel this is such rarefied company. The things that you have all said about everything that is so, that all the retiring elders have done and the other neighborhood associations. I feel like I inherited an amazing association that was already in motion, and it's the neighbors that were already doing it. So I feel like I've had a stewardship rather than, so I think this honoring and representation is for the neighbors who were here, and who have come and gone onto the Prairie Hills Neighborhood Association. And I just hope I've done them justice by stewardship and the leadership during my time here. Yeah, and I want to, especially, current times, the Nikki and Kurt Stapleton, I really want to name by name. They started the Prairie Street pantry, free food pantry to donate to or take. They put out a refrigerator, and they're beside their house for things to keep, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it to make sure that people are getting food and whatnot. And we haven't been able to present to them yet. They don't even know that we've created a. I got some of our funds from our pool, our small pool, to give back to them a Visa gift card for all that they do in the neighborhood. And the Teresa Terrace and the collaboration with the city and your staff and the staff before you that got that there is just amazing. So I'm just thank you for recognizing the Prairie Hills Neighborhood Association, and I hope I've done some small representation to have it stewarded well, to have things be put into effect.
Thank you. I think we have lost Jane, but gained Mark Frary. If you wanted to speak, Mark, now's your chance.
No, I didn't want to speak.
All right, no need.
But thank you. I think very well. Now that you ask, Christian, thank you, Christian, for all your work, and thank all of you for all your work. It's a tough time right now, and I appreciate all that everybody is doing. So thank you for the recognition, and I'll go with that. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I think we'll close this one out with former Alder Alboris.
Sorry, I was only raising my hand to say that Mark was here.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for indulging this resolution, even in my absence as not being an official alder. I'll just say briefly, thank you to everyone who was recognized. You all are amazing leaders, and it's been a real honor and privilege to work with you during these last few years, and even many years before that. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me interject there. I'll let it be. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and thank you all for joining us tonight. That brings us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on any of tonight's agenda items? Seeing none, then we'll go to the consent agenda. President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, a consent agenda is moved with recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items where registrants that have registrants wishing to speak. 2, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. 3, items which alders have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. The following listing will list extra majority items, additional items with recommendations made from the floor, items requested for inclusion, and items introduced from the floor for referral. I do want to note to residents and people in the public that this list is available to the public via Legistar. It's agenda item number 5, legislative item 70152. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item 38, legislative file number 70827, accepting new Blue Project Grant Award for the Madison Police Department, 15 votes required. Agenda items, part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Agenda item 8, legislative file number 71224, transportation project plat numbers related to the East-West Bus Rapid Transit Project. This is an agenda correction, noting that the Board of Public Works did have a recommended action at their meeting on May 11th of adoption, and last night's Plan Commission did recommend that this be adopted. Agenda item number 15, legislative file number 71668, submitting appointments to the Ethics Board. This is also an agenda correction. The recommended action, and more in line with what our current ordinance is adoption under suspension of the rules, suspension of MGO 2.055. Legislative item, agenda item 118, legislative file number 70762, prohibiting a rental agreement from requiring that a cap be declawed. This is an agenda correction. The Landmark and Tenant Issues Committee recommended adoption at its May 19th, 2022 meeting. Additional items, agenda items with recommendations made from the floor. Agenda item 37, legislative file number 70800, confirmation of Common Council Chief of Staff. The Common Council Executive Committee recommended action is adopt. Agenda item 65, legislative file 71289, revise the process for filling Common Council vacancies. Common Council Executive Committee recommendation, place on file without prejudice. Agenda item 66, legislative file 71315, removing reference to public comments and hearings as special order of business. Common Council Executive Committee recommended action is to adopt. Agenda item 67, legislative file 71317, public comments at a Common Council meeting. Common Council Executive Committee recommendation is to adopt a substitute which strikes at the end of this ordinance change of 2/3 of the members of the council. Alders were provided with a copy of that via email. Agenda item 68, legislative file 71318, exclude referrals without consent of lead sponsor from consent agenda. Common Council Executive Committee recommended action adopt. Agenda item 69, legislative file number 71036, accepting the final report of the President's Work Group on Racial Justice, Anti-Racism, and Equity. Common Council Executive Committee recommended action accept. Agenda item 71, legislative file number 71355, related to the Common Council Executive Committee. Common Council Executive Committee recommended action adopt. Agenda item 72, legislative file 71357, substitute related to the Common Council Office and Chief of Staff. Common Council Executive Committee recommended action adopt. And items recommended for exclusion, agenda item 117, legislative file 71395, appointing Eric Paulson as alderperson for District 3 to serve until the spring 2023 election. Appointing resolution.
Thank you. We will also exclude items 7 and 55 as we have registrants wishing to speak on those items. Are there any other items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Halverson.
Yes, can I have 46 and 47? Also 65 and 67.
46 and 47, 65 and 67?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Let's see, 8, 46, 71182, 65 has been already excluded. 68, 71318, 67 has already been excluded. 71, 71355, 72, 71357, and 66, 71315.
All right, Alder, let's make sure that I got those. It's agenda items 8, 66, 68, 71, and 72.
Okay, 46, 68, 67, 71, 72, 66.
All right, Alder Halverson had requested 46 already.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder.
And Madam Mayor, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for item number 87, 7162, item number 38, 70827.
Just making sure the clerk has got that. Yes, all right. You will be added as a sponsor on those, Alder. Are there any additional items alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? Seeing none, just perhaps speak on behalf of staff in asking alders to please submit your exclusions from the consent agenda before it is published. by working with the council office so that staff can be adequately prepared to address items that will be excluded from the consent agenda. I think we would all very much appreciate that. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Just a process question. Chair, is it possible to move some of these items up on the agenda, and if they, so we can manage them and let staff go and then move on to the items with the largest number of registrants?
Alder, the only item that has more than one registrant is item 7.
So can we move some of
So we'll
these
be
up?
dealing with that first regardless, as it's the first number on the list. But I appreciate the sentiment, and I believe that's yet another reason that we request alders to get their exclusions for the consent agenda in as early as possible so that we can adequately manage public comment and the flow of the agenda as well. It's very hard to do that on the fly at the last minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional items on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll just go over that one more time. Well, we'll note a unanimous vote on item 38. And items, let's see, item 8 has a correction, and the recommended action is to adopt. Item 15, the recommended action is to adopt under suspension of MGO 2.055. Item 118, the committee recommended adoption on May 19th. That's just an agenda correction. Item 37, the motion is to adopt. Item 65 will be excluded. 65, 66, 67, 68. Item 69, the recommendation is to accept. And the items that will be excluded tonight from our consent agenda are 7, 8, 46, 47, 55, 65, 66, 67, 68, 71, 72, and 117. Everybody clear? President Furman.
Move adoption of consent agenda as noted.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. Which brings us to public comment. Give me a minute to refresh. All right, the first item that we have public comment on is agenda item number 7, approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Lake Mendota Drive and Capitol Avenue Assessment District of 2022. Our first registrant is Maureen Rickman of District 19, to be followed by Kristen Slack, to be followed by Jeff Bauer.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Maureen Rickman, and I've spoken to the council and to other city members before, and I'm a little nervous because I've had some, I'm not sure what people are going to make of my comments. I was called an ableist once and then accused of using my Native American heritage and my identity as part Indian to forward an agenda. And I guess tonight I really want to forward an agenda, which is, I think we've gone too fast on Lake Mendota Drive. I don't know, is there any way that I can share my screen?
I'm sorry, there isn't.
Okay. Well, I sent the alder something that basically shows that Lake Mendota Drive has a perfect safety record, and no one disputes that. It's more than 20 years with no pedestrian crashes. And you have to wonder why that is. And One of the reasons that is that we have a unique situation where visibility is key. Drivers slow down when they see pedestrians. Pedestrians behave safely around other pedestrians. And the way that the street is designed in some areas, it is safe because it creates these hollow spaces that are these narrow driving lanes, and that helps people drive safely. I'm very concerned that one-sided parking and the introduction of sidewalks is going to increase the risk of mid-block crossing accidents, which are very much overrepresented in children. And it's not that sidewalks belong nowhere. There are places where sidewalks actually belong in the neighborhood. In fact, if we had a chance to ask for it, we would like wider recreational with sidewalks, so that people could get to and from the beach with, 2 children in tow and a stroller and beach toys in a safe and equitable way. But the sidewalk safety is very unclear. When we look at combined road types, yeah, about 80% of pedestrian accidents occur on roads without sidewalks. But when you break that down, sidewalks are very confusing. Sometimes they are associated with more walking, and sometimes that is associated with more injuries. The statistics separate it out and say, well, we can do the math and show that it's not just more people. There's something about sidewalks in certain places that may cause problems. And one of the problems is that when children are on sidewalks, the closer a driver gets, the less activity they see, and the more likely that the pedestrian is sidelined out of view. This is the kind of situation where when people are stepping into the street to cross Lake Mendota Drive, they're stepping right into the car lane. And I've spent a lot of time going back and forth with Jim Wolf and the engineering, and they're very, very good about providing the data and asking me to break down the safety data on mid-block versus on-street accidents. And I can't get it any better than, no matter how I break it down, there's always a much higher risk of a mid-block accidents than there is accidents that happen when pedestrians are on the roadway. And that's the kind of situation that I think we need to really stop and look and think, are we breaking something rather than fixing something?
That's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kristen Slack of District 19, to be followed by Jeff Bauer, to be followed by David Eberhard.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. So our alder, Keith Furman, tells you that the extensive opposition to this project is just about residents not wanting sidewalks. I'm hoping you've looked at the website lakemendotadrive.com, created several months ago by neighborhood residents, and the petition that 216 Spring Harbor residents have signed, and the report based on a survey conducted by the neighborhood with over 230 respondents, and the reports submitted by residents with expertise in hydrology, stormwater management, and environmental science. These have all been shared multiple times and represent thousands of hours of residents' time. You cannot possibly have considered these Herculean efforts by the residents of Spring Harbor and conclude that this is just about not wanting sidewalks. Our collective views have overwhelmingly focused on environmental impact, but we recognize that our alder works very hard to paint a negative view of Spring Harbor residents and mischaracterize our concerns. We've been repeatedly asking for an environmental impact study given the proximity of the lake to this project, the lake ecosystems that need protection here, and the unhealthy drinking water in Well 14. And we're told no by city leaders because we don't have to do one, and we're understaffed. Shockingly poor excuses for anyone who genuinely cares about the environment or public health. We've been asking for a stormwater management plan that prioritizes the environment. Not only did we just get the plan, it is a blueprint for even more environmental harm. The city has thrown us only bones, like rain gardens and permeable pavement here and there. Mayor, you just signed a Renew the Blue compact, but the city remains committed to a course that further denigrates the lakes and waterways in and around Madison. Overall, the city's community engagement practices are nothing short of abysmal. But throw in an alder who's doing anything but his actual job of representing constituents, lying about, harassing, and retaliating against us with petty actions. So-called community engagement never stood a chance. The process we witness is not about serving constituents. It's about ruling and bulldozing over them. This brand of council leadership was enthusiastically endorsed by 11 of you. You've made it clear that we're merely an annoyance to you, but let's also be really clear, you do not reach this enormous level of opposition to a project when there is an effective district leader. Access, equity, and safety are what city leaders say are driving this project. As a social worker, I can assure you this is not about access, since you have ignored at every turn the input from Spring Harbor residents with disabilities, consciously marginalizing their views. It's not about equity, since the very definition of inequity involves putting finite resources into unnecessary project components instead of where there are greater needs. And it's not about safety, since you can't improve on 0 pedestrian-involved accidents in decades. And we've already established it's not at all about the environment. If you have been told you cannot or you better not vote no on this at this stage, then this process is nothing more than a sham. You can still vote no. Please insist that the city finally start listening to the valid concerns of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jeff Bauer of District 19, to be followed by David Eberhard, to be followed by Peggy Scallon.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What we have here is a problem of taxation without representation. You are voting tonight on a proposal forcing residents to pay for a project strongly opposed throughout the neighborhood for many good reasons. Alder Furman ramrodded the plan in flagrant disregard for the collaboration he promised when he ran for office. He pushed it at an unrelenting pace that did not allow time for meaningful public input, and he actively suppressed dissent all along the way. As a result, his proposal incorporates none of the alternatives developed and presented by the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association's ad hoc committee, of which I am a member. The problems that really matter to Spring Harbor's residents go far beyond strict compliance with city policies that Mr. Furman says cannot be changed, even though exceptions are regularly made for similar projects in other council districts. Mr. Furman is focused on pedestrian safety, a non-problem because LMD already has a perfect safety record as a shared thoroughfare. He seems not to understand the policy-relevant differences between a historic roadway in a residential neighborhood, a neighborhood without any stores or bus routes, and a major commercial corridor like East Washington. Residents' top priorities include reducing pollution that flows into Lake Mendota, managing stormwater with natural interventions like bioretention swales, catch basins, rain gardens, eliminating the life-threatening level of chemicals in well 14, increasing the number of trees along the 1.2-mile roadway, and enhancing Lake Mendota Drive as a recreational resource for the entire city. The proposal before you tonight accomplishes none of these goals. For you alders who represent the other 19 districts, think twice before you vote, because Mr. Furman's plan will desecrate a top destination that your constituents visit for walking, cycling, fishing, swimming, boating, and relaxing. Hence, preserving Lake Mendota Drive as a natural community resource is a major equity issue for all Madisonians. As an economist, I remind you that Madison does not have unlimited resources. If the Furman plan is implemented now, there won't be any remaining space in the public right-of-way for environmental enhancements later. And when Madison gets serious about prioritizing environment and climate, as Mayor Satya now agrees it must, then much of the Furman hardscape will be demolished to make way for environmental solutions. The resulting waste plus rampant inflation in construction costs alone are more than ample reasons to send the project back to the drawing boards for redesign. Don't forget the history lesson of taxation without representation. Americans ultimately rebel against government officials who suppress meaningful constituent participation in decision-making. Please take action now to require a new plan that prioritizes environment and public health for all Madison's residents. How you vote tonight will determine how we vote in the upcoming municipal election, and vote we will. We are organized and energized.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Eberhard of District 19, to be followed by Peggy Scallon, to be followed by Tanya Cunningham.
Thanks. The project is overwhelmingly opposed by the Lake Mendota Drive residents. I'm a Lake Mendota Drive resident. We have elected an ad hoc committee, a number of very concerned and intelligent individuals. And so they're the ones that you need to listen to. Again, I'm opposed to the project. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peggy Scallon of District 19, to be followed by Tanya Cunningham, to be followed by Faith Fitzpatrick.
Excuse me, could you come back to me? And
I'm sorry, ma'am, this is your chance.
Okay.
Did you wish to speak?
No.
All right, thank you. Our next registrant is Tanya Cunningham of District 19, to be followed by Faith Fitzpatrick, representing the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association Ad Hoc Committee, to be followed by Jana Stewart.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Common Council members, hear our pleas. There are so many reasons why this project must be slowed down, lest any of you think that our opposition revolves around not wanting to pay assessments for improvements. I wish to put that misconception to rest here and now. There is no denying that no one especially wants to pay special assessments to the city, but that is not the overarching issue. And while I personally vehemently object to the installation of sidewalks, a position I realize puts me at odds with all of city staff and most elected officials, that is also not the only or primary reason that I argue that this project is hasty and ill-considered. I only wish that our opinions matter, as was so eloquently stated by Alder Martin this evening. We have not been heard. I beg those of you who have not been to our neighborhood to visit and take a stroll down the street. What the city has here is not only a crown jewel, but an opportunity to take a bold step in actually protecting our waters. Lake Mendota, the Makamai Spring, and Well 14, now the most polluted well in the city, which serves this neighborhood, rather than simply talking about such actions. Adding gutters and storm drains and an oversized culvert directing stormwater directly into Lake Mendota, rather than finding a way to direct stormwater onto adjacent properties where it has the chance to be absorbed, is horrifically short-sighted and damaging to our environment. Additionally, cutting down mature trees that have plenty of life and offer shade and stormwater abatement borders on criminal. There are so many alternatives that have not been explored by the city, including an environmental study and a safety study. Vision Zero aims to have zero pedestrian deaths. Lake Mendota Drive has achieved that in every single year of its existence that records have been kept. The argument that a few people have expressed that they feel somehow unsafe, very vaguely so, and that is some sort of reason for the addition of concrete and loss of trees that sidewalks will bring is utterly counter to reality and facts. Once Lake Mendota Drive has been permanently altered into what will essentially be a gigantic funnel covering acres of land, pouring rainwater, which will continue to come in larger quantities from increasingly intense storms, it will be impossible to go back. This is an unconscionable injustice to our waters, our heritage, and our future generations. You, Council, are our last hope of slowing this down and finding a better way to create improvements to this historic and beautiful park and pleasure drive that look to the future, to caring for our neighborhood, our lake, our planet, and our future generations. Thank you. And as an aside, I just want to let you know that one of our neighbors, Lisa Reisdorf, is waiting on her phone, but she has had problem in the past connecting. Please try to be patient with her.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Faith Fitzpatrick from District 19, representing the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association Ad Hoc, to be followed by Jana Stewart, to be followed by Lessa Reisdorf.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. As been mentioned previously tonight about Renew the Blue and Madison's commitment to that plan. That plan, if you weren't at the meeting last week about that, it has specific actions that if collectively implemented will unleash the untapped potential of our lakes in ways that have so far proved elusive. That's a quote from that. And that the plan stresses how all of us collectively and individually can make a difference. I submitted comments, written comments that have both problems and solutions. They're detailed and concise and take up more than the 3 minutes, so I'm going to summarize things here. Let's show Mayor Satya that the alders are committed to Renew the Blue as much as she is. What easier street design is there to do this than the Phase 1 plans for Lake Mendota Drive? As it was mentioned, the Parkway has very little traffic and a 100-year accident-free record. Why can't it be resurfaced without adding curb and gutter and 50 more storm drains to a street that didn't flood in 2018? How about the expensive 5-foot diameter new pipe in addition to an already existing pipe that discharges just over 1,000 feet from Spring Harbor Beach, which was closed for almost a month total last summer, 5 times more than nearby Marshall Park Beach, or 100,000 gallons a year more of salt-contaminated runoff from the new sidewalks, even if they only use salt-wise rates. This is not the answer to renew the blue or a proactive Madison in the face of critical climate change issues on top of already existing water quality problems. We know it takes more than a random arrangement of voluntary 10 by 15 rain gardens with a few sediment catch basins to attack the serious problems that face Lake Mendota. In fact, city engineering currently is required to plan stormwater management as if the rain gardens aren't there at all in case they're abandoned by homeowners. Is that what long-term insightful climate change ready planning looks like? Please get behind and truly support our engineering department so that they have the backing and education needed to take responsibility for truly integrated and long-term functioning, connected green infrastructure in rights of ways and public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jana Stewart of District 19, to be followed by Lessa Reisdorf, to be followed by Roy Christensen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in opposition to the Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction plan in its current form. So just last week, Madam Mayor, along with 18 other partners, signed on as a member of the Yahara Clean Compact, and by doing so, pledged to champion the efforts for cleaner lakes and beaches in the Yahara watershed, as spelled out in the Renew the Blue guide that was mentioned earlier. The lakes need our help, and we need to do our part to help champion this effort through the actions we take on the Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction project. So what are the problems we are facing? We have a wonderful beach, Spring Harbor Beach, along Lake Mendota Drive that is a destination for many people from within and outside of the neighborhood who want to swim or enjoy Lake Mendota. Unfortunately, the beach is often closed for swimming due to E. coli bacteria and the toxic cyanobacteria or blue-green algae blooms. Last summer, Spring Harbor Beach was closed 25 out of 98 days. That's more than 1/4 of the days that was sampled by the Public Health Department. It's also the highest number of beach closure days for this beach in the last 5 years. These beach closures not only reflect upon and impact swimming, but the overall health and water quality of our lakes. These harmful algal blooms are not only detrimental to beach users, but to our fishing community and other recreational users throughout the Madison Lakes Change, as these algal blooms can create dead zones in our lakes, deplete oxygen, result in fish kills, and even harm pets if they are in the water with the cyanobacteria toxin. And with our warmer and wetter climate and more extreme events, these problems are not going away and need us to take action. As a city, as partners, and as a community, what can we do to help champion this Clean Lakes and Clean Beaches effort? As stated in the Renew the Blue guide, we need to prioritize action in the areas most directly connected to the lakes. And Lake Mendota Drive is one of those places, as it is directly adjacent and directly connected to Lake Mendota. We need to take actions to reduce the amount of stormwater runoff to our lakes and improve the quality of the water reaching our lakes. We need to improve the Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction plan by integrating state-of-the-science green infrastructure techniques to capture, absorb, and filter runoff to help mitigate climate change-related stormwater events and protect the health and quality of our lakes and beaches. The current plan falls short. We have a chance to work together here with the city and the neighborhood, taking advantage of the knowledge of experts in fields of hydrology, water quality, and climate change, and make this Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction project a model that Madam Mayor can showcase to the community, to the state, and to other communities across the nation in support of clean lakes and clean beaches.
That's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lessa Reisdorf of District 19, to be followed by Roy Christensen of, and then to be followed by Thomas Knubel.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we're getting a little bit of an echo from you, though.
Do
you have two devices on? Turn the other off.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here we all are again, meeting with you to listen to the science of reason to protect our lake, drinking water, and the sensitive environment, and only a few of you are listening or even seem to care about us or the neighborhood or lakes at all, you'd care if you lived here or grew up here or smelled it all summer, or your kids couldn't swim at Spring Harbor Beach because of the high bacteria count caused by the sewer drain that empties next to it every rainfall. You'd care if your dog got sick or died from drinking the water during algae blooms from the same runoff. You'd care if your property value went down because of the loss of trees and greenery you spent years trying to nurture in the city right of way to help beautify the neighborhood. Or your property value is lower because the thick weeds around your pier no longer allow a boat to get through or people to even swim there. Maybe you'd care if city revenue decreased because people didn't want to move to all the housing you've approved in downtown Madison because the stench of decaying weeds and bacteria in the lakes nearby. You should care for so many reasons. And yet all of you are hearing from what we've been saying for the past 5 months is that this is just about a sidewalk. We are beyond sidewalks. Neglect and the lack of foresight for the environmental impact of this 3-year project is gross enough. But this city governmental process is undemocratic, negligent, and borderline corrupt. Hundreds are opposed to this project as it stands, and you don't seem to care. And so many of us have presented so many reasons, so many ideas, and compromises. All you can say is that we aren't happy because we aren't getting our way. You refuse to see our concerns or worries, or that there even are other alternatives out there to explore. You're ignoring the majority, the democratic process, and helping to destroy our lakes in all one fell swoop. Your mind is closed and made up and clearly in someone's pocket. We asked you to postpone the current project until more study could be made on how it will affect the environment. It's not a big ask. If you can't see that, then you hear a clean compact, complete green streets, the Renew the Blue compact sign just last week are meaningless documents. They are just another facade, and this city is in far worse trouble than I ever thought. You must vote to postpone this 3-year project until environmental concerns that affect the lakes for years to come can be properly addressed. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Roy Christensen of District 19, to be followed by Thomas Knubel, to be followed by Neil Robinson.
Hi, this is Roy Christensen. As the city contemplates reconstructing the west end of Lake Mendota Drive, the city needs to invest in infrastructure that facilitates improved water quality in both Lake Mendota and Well 14. The way forward toward that goal is for the city to design and maintain sufficient bioretention swales, rain gardens, and catch basins, in addition to limiting curb and gutter construction wherever possible. As presently proposed, the geometry of the Lake Mendota Drive project is designed to take virtually no responsibility for the negative impacts of reconstruction on the lake and the well. Indeed, the project will increase stormwater runoff velocity and volume with attendant increased salinity and other pollutants. The lake and well will be worse off for the project. This is a disconnect of major proportions in light of the mayor's recent endorsement of the Renew the Blue initiative, which has been mentioned a number of times tonight, especially since Lake Mendota Drive is the only current planned city street reconstruction in close proximity to the lake, not to mention its location atop Well 14. I, for one, would like to know how the mayor can reconcile this project with the aims of Renew the Blue. I fail to see how. Apparently, many of the alders are also able to hold these two discordant views simultaneously. As a retired former environmental consultant, I am aghast at the irresponsibility of the city in failing to even attempt to protect these vital water resources. The current high inflation and supply chain difficulties that we're experiencing give the city a perfect rationale to slow down and think through this project, hopefully this time in a meaningful partnership with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Thomas Knubel of District 19, to be followed by Neil Robinson, to be followed by Linda Nelson.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Tom Knubel. I'm the chair of the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association Ad Hoc Committee, which was formed to represent the neighborhood with respect to this complex project. There are a lot of opinions you have heard about this project, and any project really, and this one's not an exception. What has risen to the top as a premier concern for this neighborhood is the environment. The environment survives all the people involved across this city and their opinions. The environment is what we leave to the next generation. I have been to various parts of the world and visited many cities and have seen the impact of people on the environment. It is an eye-opener to see where we could end up. You may not think so, but it appears that we are on a road of environmental decline, but we are kicking that can down the road for someone else to solve the problems that we create. Right now, the damage that we can see and measure to the environment and the lakes has all occurred in less than 200 years. Much has occurred in the last 50 years. What will the lakes be like in another 50 years? The Renew the Blue initiative says they will point to specific actions that, if collectively implemented, will unleash the untapped potential of our lakes in ways that have so far proved elusive. I don't want to discourage the Renew the Blue signers, including the mayor, from doing something positive for the lakes, but words do mean something. What potential in our lakes have we not tapped yet? Before we arrived on the scene, were the lakes just waiting for us to help untap their potential? The lakes are not the problem. They were just fine before we showed up. We are the problem. We don't care for the lakes or our water supply unless it gets us headlines. We need to be results-oriented. Perhaps everyone should put some skin in the game. Would everyone involved on the common council in the areas of the city government that directly and indirectly impact water quality put $100 to $1,000, depending upon their income, in a pot which will go to a fund dedicated to clean water if you don't improve the quality of water in Well 14 and Lake Mendota? That's real skin in the game, and that'll bring focus. Do you, as common council members, ever go home mad that things are passed that you know harm the environment? You, as a common council member, should be pounding the table demanding that you see improvement in all the metrics that measure water quality. You should be asking how any project is going to positively impact our lakes, water supply, and natural springs. You should stop voting to pass anything that cannot improve our water quality. Again, projects must improve our water quality, not maintain its current level, which is abysmal. This LMD, this Lake Mendota Drive project, is right next to the largest lake in Madison and sits on top of Well 14, which provides drinking water for much of West Madison and Shorewood. If we can't challenge a project right next to Lake Mendota and insist on real results, then we are negligent. We challenge each individual common council member to put a personal stake in the ground and protect the environment, and by not improving this project as you see it tonight. You need to individually provide leadership. Quit passing plans that are environmentally weak. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Neil Robinson of District 19, to be followed by Linda Nelson, to be followed by Leslie Hergé.
Greetings, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please enter my comments into the Legistar item number 71282. Greetings, Madam Mayor and council members, and thank you for taking my comment. While I am in favor of subsurface infrastructure improvements, I'm opposed to the rebuild of Lake Mendota Drive as proposed because the process has been flawed and public input has been ignored or suppressed by our alder. The proposal leaves us with greatly reduced parking, making it difficult to host gatherings at our house. The proposal alters the quiet character of our neighborhood and turns it into just another cookie cutter subdivision. If I wanted to live in a typical subdivision, I would have bought into one. I moved here because I like it this way. The proposal reduces the water permeable surface and increases runoff into Lake Mendota, and it cuts down more trees than necessary. The subsurface infrastructure rebuild can be done without messing up our streets with curbs and gutters and inflicting sidewalks on us. Just patch the road when the subsurface work is done. Then you won't have to waste our money building speed bumps We already have natural speed bumps. I like our rough street, actually. We don't need sidewalks. Our street is safe and pleasant to stroll along, and I've been doing it since 1964. The sidewalks is a solution in search of a problem. I don't want to be held liable to be fined for not clearing snow off the sidewalk if I'm late shoveling snow because I'm out of town or I'm sick. I first moved to Spring Harbor in 1964. I walked to Spring Harbor School for elementary school and delivered newspapers throughout the neighborhood. I have never felt safe walking on Lake Mendota Drive, and I still don't. So please do not approve this project as proposed. Please delay it enough to get some real community input from the start and then do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Nelson, to be followed by Leslie Herge.
Linda, you should.
Everyone. Are you there?
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. I'd like my comments entered as well, 71282. I speak in opposition for this reconstruction project of Lake Mendota Drive. I live on Lake Mendota Drive for 25 years. And no, this goes to some of your aldermen who insinuated that all people who live on Lake Mendota Drive are millionaires. We are not millionaires. To be sure, just to clarify, we paid $150,000 for our house. We are just normal working people like everyone else in Madison. We were just lucky enough to find a nice, simple place to live. I have a word for tonight for all of you. My word for tonight is listen. A mayor has a responsibility to listen to his or her residents. Are you doing this, Madam Mayor? I'm just asking. Our alderman has the responsibility, as I understand, looking at the definition of an alderman, has the responsibility to listen to his or her residents. Are you doing this, Mr. Furman? Not that I see, but I'm just asking, are you listening? This is not your city. This is our city. Our city. I hope you heard that. And I hope you're listening. I hope you're not sitting off in your room drinking a glass of wine or eating pizza because we can't see any of you. This is our city. You have been elected to listen. Are you listening? This project needs more time. Is that asking too much? It's just time. Dear Common Council, are you listening to us? Please. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Leslie Herge of District 19.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Leslie Herge, and I live along the eastern segment of Lake Mendota Drive. I'm also a member of the LMD Ad Hoc Committee and speaking in that capacity tonight. So far, both the mayor and a majority of the Common Council members, including Mr. Furman, have ignored the petition filed by hundreds of neighborhood residents to slow down the Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction project. This historic roadway adjacent to 1.2 miles of Lake Mendota shoreline, one that is purportedly being built to last for decades, should not be designed in weeks. During this project's public comment process, you've ignored our request to slow down the project to require the city to work collaboratively with the neighborhood to protect the water quality of Lake Mendota and Well 14. You've ignored our request to protect Spring Harbor Beach from closures due to additional runoff and pollutants. You've ignored our request to protect the lake and lakeshore from more runoff and pollutants. You've ignored our request to ensure the roadway is reconstructed with cutting-edge green infrastructure. You've ignored our request to further reduce the addition of unnecessary hardscape. You've ignored our request to utilize cutting-edge bioswales and natural vegetation rather than add more pipes and outfalls. You've ignored our request to require the city to conduct an environmental assessment of the project because of the chosen source of funding you've deemed or you've utilized for this project or planning to. Yet, as you've heard, it's not too late to change course here tonight. We're asking you once again to support the environment, Lake Mendota, Well 14, and Spring Harbor Beach. We're asking you to honor the city's commitment to reducing our collective impact on climate change, one project at a time. If the city and the Common Council fail to take the steps necessary to reduce the environmental harm of each project, each such failure will contribute to climate change. There is no other 1.2 mile road project that will afford the city of Madison the opportunity to protect both our lakes and the water quality and the health of our neighbors. For these reasons and the numerous other reasons you've heard from my many eloquent neighbors here this evening, we're asking you to oppose the L&D assessments for the western segment this evening. Please listen to us. Please work with us. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of our registrants wishing to speak on item 7. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none. The next item that we have registrants wishing to speak on is item 55, which is amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances and repealing and recreating Subchapter 41G of the Madison General Ordinances. And we have one registrant wishing to speak, Bill Connors of District 4, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. To begin with, Smart Growth supports the approach taken by the Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee in the proposed new Landmarks Ordinance. Having consistent definitions, standards, and processes to the greatest extent possible for all of the local historic districts definitely is an improvement. Historic preservation is important to Madison, and the Landmarks Ordinance provides a means of protecting landmarks and other historic resources. But protecting landmarks and other historic resources is done by limiting how property owners can change or redevelop their properties. And in the local historic district, these limitations do not apply only to landmarks and historic resources. They also impose limits on the many, many parcels in the districts that do not contain landmarks or historic resources. These limitations are being used by not in my backyard people as a weapon to block redevelopment projects. Madison needs more housing units, including more affordable housing units, to be constructed in all of Madison, and no part of the city should be exempt. The not in my backyard people use provisions of the Landmarks Ordinance to exclude new housing units and thereby exclude new residents from their neighborhoods. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been a ResG analysis of the current Landmarks Ordinances nor the proposed new Landmarks Ordinance to find out who is impacted by the exclusionary function of the Landmarks Ordinance. The new Landmarks Ordinance from LORC is not intended to make any policy changes. In other words, it is not intended to ease up on the limitations that make it hard to add more housing units in the local historic districts on parcels that do not contain landmarks or historic resources. If you are willing to consider one and only one of the revisions Smart Growth has requested, please let it be this one. Smart Growth requests that the standards in section 41.12 for combining small parcels into a larger parcel be changed to exempt a parcel combination from needing to obtain a separate certificate of appropriateness if the proposed new building is able to obtain a certificate of appropriateness. Often, somewhat larger parcels and somewhat larger buildings, but not huge buildings out of scale to the historic district, are needed to make a project feasible. This revision will make it slightly less hard to add housing units to the local historic districts. I ask you to consider whether it is good policy to continue to make it extremely difficult and expensive to redevelop any part of the local historic districts to contribute to solving Madison's housing crisis. The existing landmarks ordinances and the new landmarks ordinance from
Thank you.
Lord.
Are there any questions for our registrant on this item? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Abbas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Bill Garner.
Go ahead.
Hey, Bill, thank you very much for coming and expressing your concern. I was making some of the notes about 41.1. I also apologize. I have not looked deeper into that. My question to you is, when you talk to staff or the landmark committee, what response did you get from the staff on your
Smart Growth made a great many requests for improvements to the ordinance. Some of them are very technical, wouldn't affect policy at all, just were making things clearer. Some were designed to protect property owners and provide them with greater due process when somebody else was trying to landmark their property. This particular one that I'm focusing on, I don't recall any extensive discussion of it one way or the other.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Can you please send an email to all Alder about this 41.1 exempt parcel language which you mentioned? I would like to ask that question when the time comes with the staff about that language and its implementation.
Yes, I will send an email right now. It's 41.12, and I'll send you the proposed language.
Appreciate that, Bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, that is it for public comment tonight. And we will start to work our way through the exclusions from the consent agenda, starting with item 7, which is Legistar 71282, approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Lake Mendota Drive and Capitol Avenue Assessment District of 2022. President Furman, a motion?
Move adoption.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. I'd like to start by having engineering staff, I believe Jim Wolf is with us, just orient us to what this item actually is and how it relates to what the council has already approved.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So back on April 19th, the council previously approved the geometrics for Lake Mendota Drive, which was essentially setting the sidewalk limits, the curb and gutter, the street widths, etc., for all the 1.2 miles of Lake Mendota Drive between Baker Ave and the Village of Shorewood Hills and City of Madison limit. So what's before you tonight is implementation of our first reconstruction project. So that length of street is planned to be reconstructed over the next 3 years. So tonight is approving our plans, specifications, and schedule of assessments for this first project, which was implementing the design previously approved by the council back in April.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Alder Boss?
Yeah, thank you very much. Jim, thank you so much for the work. I know this is a tough one and staff spent substantial amount of time, so I appreciate you being here and giving an update. We heard a lot of public testimony, and also previously when people came, they really mentioned about safety and environmental issue. Could you please give a little update what discussion staff had regarding the safety issue to address those concerns, and also regarding the environmental impact and how to minimize that impact?
Certainly. I think Renee Calloway is on, and Renee might be able to better speak to city sidewalks and safety.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I can talk a little bit about the safety aspect, and definitely we took a look at both some of the statistics that you heard tonight, which are about fatalities and mid-block crossings, which is something that you will see in national statistics. However, that's looking at all kinds of streets. So we took a deep dive into our own sort of residential streets to look at sort of the last 5 years, crashes happening mid-block, which are definitely, we here in our city do see more intersection crashes than we see mid-block, so a little bit different than the national statistics. And what we see when you look at local residential streets, 2 lanes, and right now we only have a few streets that are 20 miles per hour, which Lake Mendota Drive will be. So 25 miles per hour streets, we find that very few crashes are sort of that walk out across the street. They are not fatalities. They generally are pretty minor crashes, actually, because if you look at the statistics, slow speeds are really the most important factor in crashes. So although that is kind of a larger national trend, it's not something you see here. It's not something that you see on residential streets. It's something you would see more on 4-lane, higher speed types of roads.
And Yeah, and the second follow-up question to that was about environmental impact and what discussion did staff had with the community about environmental impact, especially the sidewalks are close to the lake.
Certainly. There's a number of different factors here. So one of the concerns that we heard a lot about was impervious surface areas. So with the projects, and this is true for all of the geometrics for the upcoming plan projects on Lake Mendota Drive too, we've been probably as aggressive, if not more aggressive than we ever have been in terms of reducing street width and also using things like mid-block curb bump outs and things to make sure we're trying to protect as many of the larger canopy trees as possible. So we use a lot of those methods on these projects. Outside of really the scope of this project, staff actually worked amongst different agencies, in particular engineering and streets division, to find ways to reduce the city salt use in this area as well. So I know streets division, we're in May, they're looking forward to summer, but they do have a couple of different options for how to reduce salt use in the area, which will probably save up to several tons of salt each year, depending upon the type of winter that we see. Factor in that was reducing the street width would allow them to make just a single pass down the street instead of going both directions to make sure they're covering the full street width, especially in the area around Spring Harbor Middle School. And then with the geometrics that were previously approved, we did identify several locations for more regional, like neighborhood, stormwater treatment areas, larger rain gardens in particular. And we have been working with the neighborhood to try to establish some other homeowner maintained terrace rain gardens. There are a handful that are planned as part of this project. And I think a number of the registrants tonight did mention the ad hoc committee that we have been trying to work with them to find additional opportunities for rain gardens. And we had sent a list of addresses to them to try to find more opportunities and more interest from their neighbors out there too. Mm-hmm. Also, we have taken a look at pretty much this whole stretch for opportunities for pervious pavement. And unfortunately, in this area, we've got poorly draining soils, a lot of clays underneath the streets that really does not make this a good candidate for use of pervious pavements in large areas. That water that would maybe get through the pavement just wouldn't actually soak into the soil very well and infiltrate. So it really wouldn't get the full benefit of a pretty expensive product if we would use it out here.
And thank you very much. And Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, city is paying 50% and 50% is paid by the resident?
The sidewalks themselves, especially since we don't have sidewalks on both sides for the entire project length, for the assessments on the sidewalks, we're taking the total cost of the sidewalks and then all residents along the project, regardless of if they're getting a sidewalk in front of their house or not, are paying in total 50% of the cost of sidewalks, and the city is paying the other 50%, which is consistent with our approved policy.
Okay, I appreciate that. And one last question is, so what is city's sidewalk policy to create sidewalk? There's a lot of underserved communities, community of color. There's no sidewalk. There's a family. I can talk about my own district. I'm curious. And I also saw a resurfacing project too in those areas too, but I've never seen anything coming forward. Like, what is the policy? Who decides those decisions?
This is something that generally engineering and traffic engineering work together on. But ultimately, with the comprehensive plan, there is a recommendation in there that all street reconstruction projects look to include sidewalks on both sides of the street, while taking into consideration factors, especially like large canopy trees, for where those can actually be implemented. And the ultimate goal is really to create a network of sidewalks so that we've got safe and ADA compliant accessible routes for everyone throughout neighborhoods, whether they get to schools, parks, in particular, access to transit is an important one too. So we're really looking at these projects as they're coming up with that baseline, knowing that we want to have sidewalks on both sides everywhere and factoring that in and making sure that we do have a good connected network of sidewalks throughout the city.
And did we, on the sidewalk policy, and this is something we as a council should look into that, we did some REST-I analysis, like which area will take benefits, where projects and money of the city should be invested first, because we talk about equity. So the underserved community should be the first priority.
Sure. I don't believe there was a specific REST-I analysis done on sidewalk policy and installing sidewalks, unless Renee knows more in that regard.
Not that I am aware of. I don't know if during the comprehensive plan something was done. It's definitely something we take a look at if we are, looking to add sidewalks sort of in smaller areas. We have some, kind of equity inputs for some of the other programs, but I don't know about the policy itself.
All right. Thank you very much for answering those questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Alder Bennett, questions for staff?
Hi. Yes. So I have questions. We heard from one of our speakers today that Lake Mendota Drive currently has quote unquote natural speed bumps. I took that to mean that it's because of like the rough nature of the sidewalk itself and not that there's actually natural speed bumps. But I'm wondering, am I correct in that assessment? And is it just because the sidewalks themselves are quite outdated?
Yes. So just to be clear, there aren't any sidewalks out there right now. So this would be installing new sidewalks, but the natural speed bumps are really because the pavement's failing out there and it's in very poor condition, to the point that it was kind of the driving factor for the reconstruction project in the first place.
I see. And I know you mentioned that you spent quite a considerable time working with the Lake Mendota work group or et cetera. But I'm wondering if you could give us a quantity or quantify the time that you've spent working with the neighborhood, but also working on this project in general.
Me personally, I think I have probably close to 300 hours of my time invested in this project. But there's definitely other staff involved that probably double, if not triple, the amount of staff time that I have into it myself. So to date, we've had 3 public meetings like this. They were virtual. And then there were multiple meetings before the Transportation Commission, as well as before the Board of Public Works and the Common Council. I've also been on site meeting with several different residents out there and taking countless phone calls and replying to emails as well as they come in.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to wrap my mind around.
No, that's totally fine.
Hours. That's a lot.
Yes.
And I guess, I know a lot of residents were calling for delaying this project. And I'm wondering what would be the impact of that delay? How much more staff time would you be required to put into this? And will it really change the project?
So it's tough to say how much additional staff time would be put into it. What we have before the council tonight, we do think is a really good project that factors in, city policies and our desire to have safe, walkable streets for everyone, as well as addressing flooding issues that we know about out there through the flood mitigation studies that have been done. So unless there would be a drastic change in policy in those regards, we're also factoring in heavily the input from the Transportation Commission as well, that we think this is a great design that really addresses a number of priorities out there while it's still factoring in a considerable amount of neighborhood input too.
Definitely. And I guess to that first question, I'm wondering too, like the impact of delaying this.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So this project was primarily scheduled because of the failing pavement and because we know that there are flooding issues that we're trying to address with some storm sewer installation. So those issues would just continue to get worse, depending upon the amount of rain that we get, of course, with the flooding issues. So we think that, it's not going to all of a sudden crumble and create these big open holes or anything like that. But the pavement is in really, really poor condition. The street is used by a lot of bikers as well, so it is starting to become a hazard for them. We think it's a good time to start moving forward with making these improvements.
Okay, definitely. Thank you so much, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yeah, Jim, as you know, sidewalks are not the most favorite item for residents. So when you start talking about time that you've put in, not you personally, the whole team, put into sidewalks, isn't it true that the time you put into this is equivalent to the time you put into other areas of the city? I know that, well, I'll let you answer that. I have a second question.
I would say probably not. In my experience, sidewalks, as you mentioned, can be a controversial issue on these types of projects. But in this particular project, I think the time invested by staff is probably exceeded the typical project. Now, keeping in mind that we were trying to set up 3 individual reconstruction projects that we would have some sort of connected design as we started to implement these. But to this point, it's been a little bit above normal, I would say.
I know in one district you've been working on sidewalks for 20 years. So have you been working on sidewalks for 20 years on Lake Mendota Drive?
No, I can say that we have not.
Okay.
But Lake Mendota Drive is the first of a number of planned projects in that area as well.
Okay. So when you said that you've taken into consideration priorities, are those the priorities of the design or the input from residents?
I would say both. Early on, when we first presented the project to the neighborhood, we didn't have a design at all to begin with. Our very first meeting was presentation of concepts and getting some input about where their concerns were. And that's where we heard about making sure that we were doing our best to preserve tree canopy, limiting the impervious surfaces, considerations for salt use. We heard from a number of folks concerns about speeding and traffic calming, and we've really tried to build those into the design. And similarly for the design that the council approved at the last meeting too. So we really have been trying to factor those things in while taking into consideration that we think it is important to provide safe and accessible walking facilities for residents in all of our neighborhoods.
Okay. And then my next question is that in your design, have you looked at the environmental impact on the lakes?
Yes. So currently along Lake Mendota Drive, there is no curb and gutter at all. Stormwater and cars and plows all kind of beat up the roadside edge. So there are a number of spots pretty much along the length of Lake Mendota Drive where we are seeing some erosion. And then when we do get decent rainfalls, that stormwater ultimately ends up in the lake and it takes that sediment along the side of the road with it. So we know just by installing curb and gutter, we're going to limit that erosion just from the get-go. And then with the project, we're also including catch basins with our storm sewer that are going to trap those larger sediment particles that we can vector out of the storm sewer structures, limiting how much those are getting into the lakes, primarily in those smaller rain events. Really large events generally have less polluting effects just because it's so diluting with the amount of water that's going in. So installing devices that help limit the amount of sediment going into the lake, while they may not be perceived as green at the surface, they are really effective in treating the stormwater. And then we also are piping things and kind of designing the storm sewer a little bit differently at that piece of Capitol Avenue that's included with the project, where there are existing roadside ditches, swales, that we are going to continue to feed some of the stormwater through those as well, which will help slow some of the water and have a little bit of treatment effect as well. And then where residents are interested, and we're able to fit them in without cutting down trees or having issues with water mains, et cetera. We are installing terrace rain gardens as well under our terrace rain garden program.
Thank you. My final question is, you mentioned that there's not going to be sidewalks on both sides in some places, correct?
That is correct. Before I hop into that, one other thing that I forgot to mention is with the new pavement and installation of curb and gutter, there are operational improvements too, in particular for street sweeping, that really makes street sweeping more effective than it is right now on that really poor rutted pavement. So back to the sidewalk question. On the westernmost end, so the 2 blocks between Capitol and Baker Ave, we are only proposing sidewalks on one side of the street. The main issue there was the opposite side of the street has much steeper grades coming down to the street with trees kind of up on top of that hill near the street. So if we were to install sidewalks on both sides of the street there, we would have a lot more large canopy tree impacts. Also, those blocks of the street have the lowest traffic volumes and lowest speeds based on the speed data that we collected. And then when we look at that network of pedestrian facilities that I was talking about, really that stretch between like Spring Harbor Drive and Capitol Ave are the key components there, because those are the connecting pieces that go back to some of the newer developments that are going on along University Avenue, access to transit, and then that's also where the school and the beach and the park are located too.
And finally, you said something about it would be a 50-50 split, correct?
That is correct.
For all residents.
Correct.
Okay.
The sidewalk piece of it.
Yeah, the sidewalk piece of it. And that's for the entire project. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I think this goes to Renee, but Jim, it might be for you too. Did you say that the speed limit was going to be reduced on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
It will be 20 miles per hour, which is just a part of our 20 is plenty rollout that we'll be doing. This is one of the streets.
And that's for the whole LMD?
Correct.
Lake Mendota Drive?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vetiver, questions for staff?
Alder Carter asked my primary question, so I will go to my secondary question, which is I am so not a limnologist, but my basic understanding of the primary pollutants in our lakes has to do with the phosphorus runoff from a lot of the major farms that are upstream in the watershed. So I guess when we think about the stormwater runoff, like what proportion of the lake impact does that even have compared to the phosphorus?
So Lake Mendota Drive itself has very little impact on the overall water quality in Lake Mendota Drive. And generally speaking, a lot of that runoff, as you mentioned, is coming from agricultural fields, is probably the largest source of phosphorus in the lake. And just thinking more citywide too, Lake Mendota Drive is part of the Spring Harbor watershed, or at least portion of it is. And that watershed is 3.5 square miles. So water from West Town Mall area even is coming into Lake Mendota. So if we're taking a look at water quality, proximity to the lake in that regard isn't all that important, because water from such a large area is still ending up in the lake. And there's probably other parts of the city that will continue to look at making water quality improvements along too. And I think a number of the residents did mention that it is trying to make these progressive improvements where we can. And we did take a look at a number of alternatives out here, but factoring in some of those other priorities too. And then doing roadside swales or anything like that would also result in a large number of additional trees being removed. So we're trying to factor all those things into the design too.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, is your hand still up, or did you have another question?
I have just one more question, and that has to do with the assessment that each resident's going to get. Was there any offer to do, I think, if my memory is correct, but I know you guys will correct my memory if I'm wrong. Extending this for a 15-year payment.
Yes, I believe that is included in the resolution that's before the council tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there a discussion? Seeing no, let me just count noses here, folks. If alders, unless you've let me know already, could keep your cameras on, it would reassure me that we're maintaining quorum. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Alder Wahili? Alder, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I went out for a break. Did we vote on item 7?
No, Alder, we're just about to vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Alder Evers.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate questions about the RESD analysis about who gets sidewalks and who doesn't, but I think it's important for all of us to see what the driving force is, and that was the pavement reconstruction itself. When it was decided that the pavement needs to be reconstructed, our city policy is that wherever possible, we put in sidewalks. So this is not inappropriate that what we're voting on it and approving. It's not at all inappropriate that we approve the geometrics at our previous meeting. And I appreciate all the resident input, but I'm reminded, while voice is definitive of participatory democracy, it's essential. Voice does not mean veto. And all too often in situations like this, when residents don't agree with the outcome or a decision, the claim is made that the process was flawed, that no one was listening. Delaying this project to get more study doesn't make any sense, because staff, I have complete faith that staff has put the work into this and engaged the residents, and that we have a good project that comports with our policy and our values as a city and addresses environmental concerns in Lake Mendota. So again, we had a similar situation with the Zion Church Road at our last meeting. Simply because you don't agree with the outcome does not mean the process was flawed. It does not mean your voice wasn't heard. Voice does not mean veto. You don't always get your way, even if you have 200 people sign a petition. It does not mean the staff is not listening. It does not mean that council doesn't care about the environment. What it may mean is that you don't understand the science, actually, the limnology, the actual science about road reconstruction and the need for this. I encourage my fellow council members to approve this, not delay it, and not buy into this false notion that resident input has not been heard. It has been heard, and we should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak up, but I am compelled, and so that's not really what I heard, and maybe my hearing is a little off from my older. Yes, I did hear that they did not want sidewalks, but what I heard more loudly is that and that's not my district, so I'm not out there. What I heard more loudly is participating in the process. And so we have constituents said that they did not or feel that they did not or have the opportunity to participate in the process. The alder can speak to that. But that's really what I heard. And the other thing that I heard is that the putting in the gutters would help to mitigate the runoffs that's in Lake Mendota. So I heard a lot of information, but I'm still left with, were the constituents able to hear and understand what that process is? Did they have the opportunity to share and engage in that decision-making process? And if that's the case, what's good for in terms of the city, that's one thing. But I'm still back at the point is that I want to be clear that they had the opportunity to be heard. Of course, hearing the details might not always mean that you like the end result, because there are some trade-offs. I get that. But I'm left with really understanding and being comfortable with them being heard about their concerns. And so that's where I'm kind of left at. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Carter, discussion. You're muted, Alder.
Alder Abbas' hand was up before me.
Alder Abbas's hand is not up.
It's up, but Alder Carter can go forward. That's okay. I can go after you.
Thank you, Alder. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I believe that we do have to listen to our constituents and our residents. I will say that the second rendition of this plan is better than what I heard the first time. I am concerned with the lakes. Wisconsin's all about the lakes. Quite frankly, if we didn't have the lakes, we all be living at Wisconsin Dells. So I am very concerned about the lakes. And I do want to make sure that whatever we do when we are doing work close to the lakes, that we are doing everything we can to keep those lakes thriving. But we do have to listen to the residents, and I don't want to go into a discussion on we all don't get our way, blah, blah, blah. I heard that when I was 10, been there, done that, don't want to hear it again. I do think this is a good compromise, and I am very humbled that the staff continue to work to make it a better plan. At least tonight, it seems like a better plan than it was before. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas, sorry I missed you.
No worries. That's all right. Thank you. So I will use an I statement for myself, and I will share my belief on public service. What I believe is when I got elected, I work for my constituent. I do not work for City of Madison. I acknowledge City of Madison staff. They work really hard. They do their best within their scope of work and provide recommendation. As elected official, it's our responsibility to build bridges. And we do have some tough decision to make. And I agree with Alder Evers too. Sometimes there are compromises, sometimes they're not. It's understandable, but it's our responsibility to find a path forward. The first time when I voted against it, because my understanding was we could give still community some time to work and find some sort of compromise, as hundreds of people showed up during the meeting. And if we delay a little bit, the project could still go as a bidding process end of this year and construct next year. So it was not like, economic disaster. It was not like, if we don't approve this project, the budget is going to be ABC and it's going to cost us more. We could still move forward with RFP, and instead of constructing end of this, during the summer, we can construct next year, and that will give resident opportunity to work. And perhaps we don't find all the compromises, but intent to express and willingness to find a compromise. I have my own history of working with many of you are familiar on Hartmire area, and my good colleague, some alders also visited that land. And there are some staff recommendations with I totally disagree, because I listen to the community, I listen to the environmental impact of that area and find a compromise, how we could all get on the same page, because any project have long-lasting impact. That's the only thing I want to share. And I do think so we as a city need to improve our community engagement and listen to our resident because we work for them. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to be really brief. Obviously, this is a project in my district that I've been working a ridiculous amount of hours on since late last year. I do want to start by apologizing to staff. They did all the work, and residents are calling it the Furman Plan. I do think it's a catchy name, but that's not fair. The staff worked really hard on this project. I think if you were coming to this argument, just listening to the feedback today, it sounds terrible. It sounds like nobody was listened to, and staff didn't know what they were doing, and just are going in with a bulldozer and don't care about anything. It's so far from the truth. Residents suggested a ton of different options, and staff spent a ton of different time engaging residents on those different options and talking about the pros and cons of those options. It's pretty remarkable how much detail went into that. Unfortunately, not all those suggestions were adopted, and many of them weren't practical. But that doesn't mean they were ignored. I am so greatly appreciative of the amount of time and effort our staff put into this. They recognize the uniqueness of this neighborhood. They recognize the uniqueness of the conditions, and executed on a plan that I think is just absolutely fantastic. And they did it with an unbelievable amount of engagement. I think there's always room for improvement in our engagement process. I look forward to the Common Council Executive Committee holding hearings about that and discussions. We all have experienced projects where we wish engagement might have been a little bit different, but there were 3 PIMs that were incredibly long. There were tons of private discussions in person, Zoom meetings, phone calls. Residents were not unheard. Everything you heard tonight has been heard, in past discussions. It influenced the plan, et cetera. I get really frustrated when people think that city staff doesn't care about the environment. We as a council have authorized millions and millions and millions of dollars focused on our stormwater studies and environmental work. Staff obviously cares very much about that, and you can see that in the plan. One of the things that wasn't mentioned tonight, but was mentioned last time, was the water utility was involved in discussions with this and confirmed that Lake Mendota Drive does not add a considerable amount of salt to the problem with well 14 and the salt problems. But I am unbelievably happy that staff actually has come up with a plan to make that even considerably less. So this really is a plan that staff should be incredibly proud of, put a ton of work in, and I am so very, very appreciative of their effort on the development of the plan and the engagement. And so I ask my colleagues tonight to support the next step of this plan and move this forward. These roads are in desperate need of reconstruction, and people with mobility issues, as well as just residents without mobility issues, need a safe way of walking on the street. You heard a lot of mixed feedback today, but I'll tell you, not having sidewalks, I don't know what you tell somebody with a mobility issue. Hey, sorry, a bunch of people said we shouldn't have sidewalks. I walk this block daily. It needs sidewalks. We need sidewalks in the city. That's city policy. This design is a smart, intelligent design based on the needs of this area, the street, and the environment. And again, I urge my colleagues to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Curry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually wasn't going to speak and belabor the issue, but I did want to speak on behalf of the comments and testimony that we heard tonight, as well as the emails and plethora of documents we've been sent. Based on the fact that I was kind of in a similar situation quite recently with a landfill proposal in the land of sale, to the participants, constituents that live in District 19 that are still with us tonight. While it may not feel like it because this is your lived experience and we don't live in, well, other than Alder Furman, President Furman, don't live in your neighborhood, we do hear you. And I just wanted to latch on to comments that some of my peers already made. I agree with Alder Carter's assertion about really applauding staff efforts to provide amendments and make as many changes as possible to try to come to an amicable solution. And part of us hearing you is trying to better our institution and better policies. I think no one here can say that the way we do constituent engagement or community engagement has differing definitions, I think, even in this body and throughout staff. And so part of us hearing you is working hard as a body. Now that we've had 2 years of virtual work under our belts and unlearning, I think some of the things that have been solidified into history of this is the way that it's done and will be done. Part of that really is asking for your continued engagement to help us continue to move the needle forward in engaging folks in plethora of methods to be able to meet the needs in more than 1, 2, or 3 ways. And so I am going to vote in support of this project as I have in prior nights because I do believe in the integrity of the staff and all of the work that they've done and hope that, again, with continued processes in the future and bettering of constituent engagement, as well as just communication about what the city is doing and what that looks like before issues are amongst us in the 11th hour. That is what at least I know the CCEC and our council can commit that we are hearing you. And I'm sorry that your experience feels that we haven't, but that is very pivotal and can move things along in the future and continued projects. So I do applaud and thank you for all of your engagements and organizing and advocacy. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue wishing to speak on item 7. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Halverson?
Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Abbas?
No.
No. Alder Binford?
No.
No. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Carter?
Come back to me.
Right. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Curry?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. President Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Halverson?
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Alder Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Limmer?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Martin?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Mayadzi?
No.
No. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Vidavere?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Wahalia?
No.
No. And Alder Carter?
No.
No. Madam Mayor, I have 12 ayes and 7 noes.
12 ayes, that item passes. We'll move on to item 8, which is Legislator 71224, determining a public purpose and necessity in adopting various transportation project plat numbers for the required acquisitions per the plat of land interest for the East-West Bus Rapid Transit Project in the city of Madison and the village of Shorewood. You get a motion, please, President Furman.
Sure, move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. I believe there were questions on this item. Are there questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I am the one that pulled this one off. And really for a summary, I read this over and over again, and I just would like to have a brief a staff summary of what item 7 really is.
It's item 8, Alder, and
excuse me, 8.
Director Lynch is here.
Yeah, so as the council's been involved in the implementation of the bus rapid transit for 15 miles, we're now at a point where our environmental document has been approved and we need to purchase very small amounts of right-of-way. Oftentimes, because most of our system is center running, we really don't have too much right-of-way, but we have small slivers mostly around stations. It can be for either the station itself, but I would venture to say that maybe half of the parcels don't even really have to do with the station, but have to do with correcting or improving the curb ramps at the intersections as they lead to the stations. And so it's we have about 60 parcels. Under Wisconsin law and also the federal law, you have to pass a relocation order and have a plat. And then you also have to have appraisals. And so this just begins the process that's outlined in Wisconsin statutes as well as the federal uniform location law.
So what I hear you saying is that this is a standard process in order to move the BRT forward. Is that what I hear?
Yeah, it's a standard process that helps us and allows us to purchase small slivers of land that we need either for stations or for curb ramps.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Alder Abbas?
I have a question. Thank you. Director Lynch. So I'm looking at these maps. A quick question. City does not have eminent domain anymore. We need to purchase, and if correct, and if we have to purchase, if somebody doesn't want to sell, then what happened?
Actually, we do have an eminent domain for transit projects. Eminent domain was eliminated for new bicycle projects where one is not already established, but for transit projects, we do have an eminent domain. However, the law, both state statute and federal statute, really encourages us to negotiate to the extent possible. The overall preference is to have a negotiated settlements. Back in an earlier portion of my life, I used to purchase right of way, and we found that probably in 90 to 95% we would come up with a negotiated settlement. There is about a 5 or 10% of the owners where the negotiated settlement is more difficult, and so we do move through the eminent domain process.
Okay, and last question is, I can see these are, it will be right statement if I say these are the future BRT stops too, correct? I can see Fair Oaks and East Washington Wright Street. I can see right there in the map.
Yeah, so it will either be future stations or it'll be curb ramps that lead to future stations. So for instance, at Fair Oaks, our station, or East Washington and Fair Oaks, our station will actually be in the center there, but the right-of-way we're purchasing, I believe, is on the side so that we can improve the curb ramps leading to the station.
So would it be safe for me as an alder to tell my constituent these are the future potential stop, because network redesign does not discuss about the stops?
Yeah, you could say that, but there are better maps that show where the BRT stops are and more understandable. The maps that are contained in the plat really represent meets and bounds descriptions, legal descriptions for property, but we have better maps, and if you need better maps to help your constituents know where the BRT stations are, we can provide those. Now, the stops have not been determined per se for the transit network redesign. That's kind of a next step after the routing is approved. So if you're referring to the transit network redesign, which is a separate project, the stops for that have not necessarily been determined.
I appreciate the clarification. Perhaps I was confused. I was being told we're not discussing, we have not discussed where the stops are, but as you're mentioning, there are some better documents. So I will appreciate if you send it to me and Alder Meadzi on the north side so we can share with the constituents. So I appreciate your clarification. Thank you. No further question.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Seeing none. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Halverson?
Put me down as a no, please.
Is there any objection to recording Alder Halverson as a no and all other alders present as a yes? Seeing none, we'll record that vote. And that will take us to item 46. Give me a moment to get to that page. Item 46 is Legistar 71182, approving the 2022 Resource Recovery Special Charge. President Furman?
Move adoption.
Your second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Questions for staff? Alder Halverson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is this going to be taken, both of these two going to be taken together, 46, 47?
We could do so if President Furman and Vice President Curry are amenable to having that be the motion. And if there's no objection from the body, we'll take up items 46 and 47 together. Now, do you have questions for staff? Alder?
I do have questions for staff.
Go ahead, Alder Halverson.
Okay. So I would like to know if I can get an explanation, a little bit more detailed explanation on the sentence that says the special charge allows the city to shift some of the costs of the street division's curbside recycling program to the property from the property tax levy to a special charge supported program. Can we get some clarity on what that exactly is referencing and how is that working? How does that work exactly?
I think that Superintendent Romines is here. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Alder Halverson, for the question. So the special charge, the way a special charge would work generally is that you can charge for up to and including what you spend on what the special charge is authorized to charge for, but you can't go beyond that, but you can stay below it. So I believe that language would refer to, for example, the 1.5 million that it would collect this year, is proposed to collect this year, would be well less than the over $3 million we're spending on the program this year. So I think that's where the language would come from. Even next year at $3 million, it wouldn't be collecting all of the expense for providing curbside collection.
Okay, thank you. That leads to my next question is, what is the total cost for the curbside collection?
It's for curbside collection, it's around, it varies slightly from year to year, but somewhere in the $3.3 to $3.5 million range, just for collecting recycling from the curb. That would also include our costs for doing business with Pelletary, who's the sorting end of the deal.
Okay, so that's 3.3 million just for the recycling side. What does it cost to do the garbage collection then? Is that on top of that?
It is, and is not included in the special charge. That would be precluded if we special charge for garbage collection, we would have to remove that from the levy. So there would be no net benefit to the city from a revenue expense situation.
So do you have the total cost for the garbage collection and the recycling collection, total curbside collection? Is it the same ballpark, 3.3 million for trash?
No, trash is considerably more. We spend right around 2.8 to 2.9 million just on tipping fees to landfill alone. And then there's our cost to collect from the curb, which would be double that of recycling because we go every week as opposed to every other week. So trash collection or garbage collection would be significantly more than recycling.
Okay, and then so currently we're spending 3.3 million, and that is covered currently by a tax levy, property tax levy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other options besides curbside recycling services that residents have?
Well, the options, the state requires recycling, and so does the city. So if the city were not to collect curbside, it would require either a private hauler to do so, or the residents would bring it into one of the drop-off locations.
Okay, so if I wanted to manage my own recycling, can I opt out of the recycling collection?
No. Not if you are a single family or something, or a residential that is 8 units or less. We are not allowing opt-outs. If it is something larger than 9 units, they have the option to opt out. If we're currently serving them, most 9 units and larger, we don't currently serve. They currently have a private hauler. But there are situations where we do provide that service. They can opt out, provided that they are contracting with a private hauler.
So the line is drawn at 9 units where they have the option, but 8 units or less do not have the option. Is that correct?
Correct. That goes back to a resolution council passed in 2010, kind of defining the service that the city is set up to provide. So, for example, we don't do dumpster services and things of that nature, which you'd typically see as residential buildings get larger and larger. They don't do automated cart services or rear load person dangling off the back services. They would do a dumpster service, and the city doesn't provide that.
How do we verify if somebody is opted out?
So that we're actually working through that process right now. So we have staff has worked very hard over the last 7 months to come up with a customer list, which the streets division had never had because we never needed one. And so we've defined where we have our 8 units and less, and then also where we are providing service outside of that. Pardon me. We have sent letters out letting them know that they need to reach out to us and declare their intention to opt back in. And we will continue to provide service to give them a little bit of a grace period if they choose to opt out, to be out of it, to line up a private hauling service. So we shouldn't have a situation where anybody doesn't have a recycling service to collect, and that they'll have time, an appropriate amount of time to get that set up should they choose to opt out. So far, I don't want to speak in absolutes. I'll just say very few have opted to leave city service.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One more question. Why do we need to shift property tax levy costs to a special supported charge program?
Well, I'll answer as best I can, and then I don't know if Dave Schmidtke's on tonight and would prefer to take it further. But I would say that from my understanding from my chair, is we have issues with the ability for the city to generate revenues based on levy limits. And so there are a number of services the city provides that are precluded from being able to special charge without taking the requisite cut and levy collected. This is one of those that is not precluded. And so this was something that the city had decided to explore as a way to bring in allowable revenue.
Thank you very much.
I hope that's not too ham-handed of a response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, I do understand what the levy limits and why this was shifted. And I'm going to go through my questions, and it says sets the charge at $24.48, which is $4.08 per month for 6 months. No additional city appropriation is required. Could you explain what does that statement mean?
Alder, as I understand it, it means that per residential unit, the charge will be $4.08 charged 6 times per month for the remainder of this year. That equals up to that $24 and change. And so what that means, for example, if the question is regarding per residential unit, a duplex would be charged twice that. A 4-unit would be charged 4 times that. It's based on per residential unit. So a single family would be charged 1x, duplex 2x. An 8-unit apartment complex that we serve would be charged 8x for the last 6 months of the year.
And that leads directly into my next question. It says projection of charges may be adjusted throughout the year. And so does that mean that this $24.48 will be changed throughout the year? That's my question. Adjusted throughout the year. What is that based upon? Is that usage, collection, or what is that based upon?
Yeah, so it's certainly not our intention that to be changing the rate. In fact, the Streets Division can't set the rate, much less change it. I suspect that has some reflection due on monitoring our costs, because again, what we cannot do is collect more than our costs. And so that's probably not an issue for this year. But for example, next year, if we're scheduled to bring in, currently that rate would be scheduled to bring in, let's say, $3 million. But let's say we have a large influx of residents, and through the incredible work of the Streets Division, we become more and more efficient. And it looks like we might bring in more revenue than we expense. Then that might be an adjustment we'd have to make, because again, we can't bring in more from a revenue standpoint than what we expense to the recycling or the allowable expenses.
That's a great answer to that, and it opens up some of my questions because it says a new let's see, if approved, the monthly resource recovery special charge shall continue until a new schedule is approved by the Common Council. So does that mean, if the example that you gave, that for some reason the revenue and the cost of the service, those adjustments will be made at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year? How will those adjustments be made? And when will you be doing those cost assessments?
Alder, it might be helpful for Director Schmidtke to speak to special charges more generally.
Alder Harrington McKinney. Actually, I do think Charlie's probably better situated to talk about how the special charge will be done, but it is a charge in the sense that we take the costs that are incurred and we distribute them, in the case of this particular special charge, over that sort of number of residential units. And so that's the calculations that's made. And we do have to review that, I think probably on an annual basis, what those actual costs are. And then also have to look at the number of residential units, because that may change as well. So that sort of numerator denominator calculation could change that amount per residential unit. So I think that's the question you're asking, but that's generally how the special charges work. The other major special charge that we have is the urban forestry special charge, sort of similar in the sense that it's looking at the costs of the urban forestry program, and then it's distributing that over, roughly a residential or property unit, probably a better way to look at it.
Good. That I can check off my question related to the chart of agriculture, commercial, and residential. So that question is answered. My next question is in some areas, like in my district, one of the subdivisions, they hire and pay for a private hauler. And Charlie said something about opting out. Is that the opt out, or how will you know that this particular subdivision has a private hauler and should not be charged? Is that the letters that you were referring to?
Well, that's what we've been largely up to with field staff, kind of ground truthing where we're serving and where we're not for the last 7 months. And pulling out those residentials that we already do not serve. So, for example, it could be carriage lanes, it could be private roads, which might be a situation you're referring to. There are some unique situations around the city where traditionally the city has not provided the trash hauling service, and it is. I have not been made aware of a situation at this point where a city resident or residents are being happily served privately, where we will need to compel them to start accepting city service. I'm not aware of a situation that has come up. So what you could be referring to is a private road, a carriage lane, situations like that, or something larger than 8 units that we currently don't serve. But like I said, I've not been made aware of any situation where we're going to force people that are currently private hauled into a city service in order just to start charging them the resource recovery special charge.
Good, thank you. I think that's all. My final question, and you answered it, and I just want to make sure that I hear it. And you said that the charges cannot exceed the cost of the services. So even annually, as you do the adjustments or whatever those adjustments is, if you find that you are collecting more than the services that are provided, you make those adjustments in a sliding scale. And sliding scale probably is not the correct term,
right?
But you make those adjustments. Did I hear you correctly in saying that?
Yeah, as I understand, we'd have a couple of options. If we catch it in time and we're confident of the projections, it may be something where we would try to lower the rate by the end of the year. The other option would be to essentially, as I understand, provide a credit going forward. So if let's say, for example, we collected $50,000 more than what we had in expense, then that would be, as I understand, basically a credit we would apply towards the following year to hold the rate in check. If that makes sense. But we have to make it right if we, one way or another, if we overbill. And I would, and part of the reason, Alder, that we made the change with Pelletieri and how we handle our recycling revenues to give us more consistent expenses was so we wouldn't get into this situation. You can imagine 2 years ago, we were in the worst recycling revenue market known to man. And then we have a pandemic and a freeze in Texas. And we went from cutting high 5-figure checks to Pelletieri every month to having the largest revenue in recycling markets we've ever had. Well, if you're on a special charge, that can be extremely problematic when those revenues then apply towards your recycling program, and now you can't collect the special charge. So what we did was we converted those revenues into holding our tipping fees and costs with Pelletary down, and put us in a situation where we're in a much better situation to understanding to predict budgetarily. So I can't imagine we would get into a situation where we would be drastically overcharging our residents on the resource recovery special charge. We're in a situation we have a very good handle on what our staffing expenses are, what our fleet charges are, gasoline and diesel notwithstanding at the moment. But and then with our new setup with Pelletary, we'll know during the budget season what our tipping fee with them is going to be for the coming year. And we know within, 10 to 20,000 pounds in any given year how much recycling we're going to collect. So I don't think we'll have a situation where we go over in any material way. But, anything we go over, we do have to make it right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on items 46 and 47? Seeing none, both items have been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Halverson wishes to be recorded as voting no.
Oh, Madam Mayor, are we going to go to discussion after questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alder. Discussion?
Trying to pull a fast one there.
Trying to move us along, Alder, any way I can.
Yeah, well, so this is a concerning fee to me, and it seems to be a trend that we are seeing more recently with these types of regressive fees and taxes we're applying to residents, especially impacting our lower income residents more highly impacting them. We've seen the wheel tax, which is pretty aggressive, come out. We've got this urban forestry fee, which also was a special charge, as we heard, originally, I think, designed to go after the beetle issues that we have with the trees, but you see they never really go away. They just get repurposed. So I have some concerns about continuing to open this Pandora's box of special fees and charges. I kind of wonder, where is it going to stop? Where's the line going to be drawn? Or are we just going to keep charging more and more fees as we go forward? Maybe we're going to start charging a fee for mowing the terraces around the parks, because we're not mowing terraces right now. I'm not sure why. We mow the park, but we're not mowing the terraces. So we're going to just start charging for that, or are we going to start charging for removing snow off of our streets? I mean, where's the line going to stop? But I think the bigger question to me is, where's this $1.5 million that's getting freed up out of the $3.3 million we've been paying going to end up? So we're going to generate 1.5 million more revenue, and it's going to be this whole of the 3.3 million that's going to cover. Where's that money going? Is it being directed somewhere else? Is it going into some other unfunded or not funded fully program? I kind of wonder what's happening here. But I think the bigger challenge is, how much are we going to keep putting this burden of these regressive taxes onto our residents that are working hard and trying to make their way and put food on the table? So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll just... Alder Abbas.
Yes, I was going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
We'll have a roll call vote. Alder Bennett?
Yeah, I'll make it brief. I have to disagree with the previous alder that this is a regressive tax. I too was a bit concerned after seeing a ton of emails come in about this, but I talked to staff beforehand, particularly Christine Coe, and to the question of where does the line stop? The line clearly stops at the fact that we don't have many ways to generate revenue in this city. And this is one of the very few ways we have to generate revenue in the city. And I want to remind us that as we go into the next budgeting process, as we are currently in a budget deficit, we need to be thinking of these ways. And I can't remember the exact numbers. Maybe I should have asked, but it was only like a few dollars a month. I think it's like $50 a year that you'd have to pay for this. I'm sorry, but like, I know I can sympathize that things add up, but I can't justify not doing this when it's a drop in the bucket of fees we have to pay. So I can sympathize with that. However, I don't want us to go down this slippery slope fallacy that all of a sudden we're going to start creating a ton of new tax recovery charges when that clearly isn't the case. And it's a small fee. So I think this is a good path forward for us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I think Alder Abbas was next.
Alder Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm under weather, so I'm keeping my camera off. It's about perspective, how you see the things. I respect my elders. They have their own perspective. The community I serve, that community heavily taxed through wheel tax, through Dane County wheel tax, forestry, now recycling. And I agree with Alder Halverson. Perhaps next will be the garbage fee. Who knows where we end up? And a lot of that community which I serve is people who are on a fixed income, who are senior, a lot of affordable housing, a lot of Black, brown people who live paycheck to paycheck. Inflation is already high. And we as a progressive council, we should be the one who created system to provide relief to people rather than keep asking them more and more and more money, and disproportionately impact fixed income senior people. And these are the people I represent. And I would also say the same community which I represent, that community also don't get fair share of city services. I mean, the classic example is, network redesign, which I will speak when it comes. Don't want to go more in detail of that. And I'm hoping we'll see a better output. But there are many examples. Those communities, they suffer through PFAS, they suffer through fighter jet plane, they suffer through environmental contamination, the factory history of hundreds of years, the redlining. And these communities, they're asking relief. And what we are doing is opposite of that. What we are doing is, no, we're going to, charge you, we're going to ask you more money, wheel tax and this tax and that tax. And we also been through previous administration, a lot of recessions. We never applied those type of regressive taxes. And I am not in favor of any regressive fees. And also we need to set our priorities and see where, and I agree with my fellow alders about the budget time. And it's not only, it's for all of us to really think about priority and think about working class people who doesn't have a lot of resources or money to pay. So having that empathy is very important. I will leave it there, and I will not support this.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just recently renewed my tags, and I was reminded of the quote wheel tax, and I was able to write a check. But I'm also reminded that is a huge expense for some individuals, and I have people that I work with who are driving around with expired tags because they can't afford that, and so that's on my mind. The other thing that's on my mind is that I get it that the city has a deficit. I clearly understand that. But by the same token, the municipal services cannot be a black hole where the city makes up this shortfall through the municipal services. I don't know where that's going to end, and I don't know where the relief is. And so I'm kind of torn. $4.80 or $50 a month. That's some. My fellow alder says that that's a small amount. That's a drop in the bucket. But it's not a drop in the bucket with some of the clients that I work with. And so I'm really torn by this. And my fear is that if this works, then what's next that's going to be cut? Because the need for services, they're not decreasing, they are increasing. And the city's in a tough place. My fear is that you'll start cutting at places where we're really going to significantly, it's going to be detrimental. But I have not made up my mind about this, and I'm just I'm not comfortable because there seems to be the potential of having a black hole that's a revenue stream, and it's impacting those with the least income.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
I think my colleagues pretty much covered it all, but just wanted to add in there that, it's the policies that actually that keeps people where they're at. And what I mean by that is that we as policymakers have to do better as far as looking at other alternatives. It takes an average African-American person till they're in their 40s to own a house. And it's by the policies that we have, such as some of these regressive tax, such as a will tax, such as this tax burden that we're putting on people. So we're housing people out of Madison by a lot of the things that we're doing. And this is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bennett, for the second time.
Sorry, I meant to lower my hand, but I don't know. Again, very few ways we can raise money in the city. Let's not go down a slippery slope argument, like one of my elders said. Maybe we'll start taxing garbage next. We literally can't because the state legislature has prohibited us from charging for garbage and most other city services. So I encourage us not to go down that slippery slope. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Is there objection if I speak from the chair? Seeing no objection, I just want to lay a few facts on you folks. First of all, we are prohibited, as the alder said, by the state legislature from doing special charges for trash collection, for snow or ice removal, and most other city services. People are wondering where this funding is going to go. Alders, I'm sorry to say it's going to go to balance the budget that you collectively voted for. If you don't like this special charge, I invite you to find $1.5 million in cuts out of our operating budget this year and $3 million in cuts out of our operating budget next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that, ad nauseum. Please, I really actually do invite you to do that because we do need to find those cuts. Even with this special charge, we are going to need to find approximately $10 million in cuts out of our operating budget. So please bring your ideas to the table. What services would you like us to cut? How can we save money in our operating budget? This is a conversation that we must have this year and next year and the year after that and the year after that because of the situation that the state legislature has put us in. So if you'd like to lay the blame for this at somebody's feet, I invite you to talk to your state legislatures. Because the limits that they have placed on our ability to raise revenue through the property tax or any other method are what put us in the situation of having to do special charges. So I agree. I don't like this. None of us do. We would prefer to not have to do special charges. There are more progressive ways to raise revenue. Unfortunately, none of them are available to us under state law. So I really do invite your partnership. Where are the ways that we can save money? Where are the things in the operating budget that we're doing that we shouldn't do? Because we're going to need to find every single one of those things, every single one of your ideas, in order to keep balancing our budget year after year. So I hope that you'll be thinking of what those things are, so that when we come to budget time, you'll be able to lay them on the table, and we'll be able to collectively discuss how we can use service reductions, efficiencies, savings, instead of trying to find other ways to create revenue. Alderman Miadze?
Mayor, I agree with everything that you just said, but I think that we should definitely think about a more transparent way that everybody's able to see what we're doing, rather than things coming about in a roundabout way, so that people are left feeling that they're not engaged and that they don't know what's going on. So I think more transparency will get us to where we need to, and sitting down talking about it collectively as a body. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I invite you to join us at Finance Committee meetings where we have these discussions. And I invite you to help us and the entire body engage in community engagement around the budget, which we do every year. Alder Halverson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're right. We do have a very significant structural deficit. We do need to look at where we're making cuts. So I guess it would be give us pause to think about, should we be spending $180 million on a bus rapid transit instead of just reworking our metro system? I mean, that's something to consider. That's an awful lot of money. That's maybe we need to think about making cuts in that area. So just something to think about, but I'm not supporting this. I'm not going to put the burden on our residents to this degree. So I'm not supporting this.
Thank you, Alder Halverson. I would ask you to please collectively keep in mind the difference between our operating budget and our capital budget. They are not the same thing. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Oh, Alder Abbas.
Yeah, I will also add a quick thought. We also spend ARPA money on some of the operating things. Perhaps that's another thing we should look how we use our ARPA money. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. A roll call has been requested. On items 46 and 47, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Abbas?
No.
No. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Carter?
No.
No. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Curry?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. President Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Halverson?
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Alder Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Limmer?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Martin?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Miadze?
No.
No. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Vidavere?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Wahelier? Alder Wahelier?
I think she may have left the meeting.
Madam Mayor, I have 13 ayes, 4 noes, and 1 abstaining.
Thank you. With 13 ayes, items 46 and 47 pass. Vice President Curry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I move us to a 5-minute recess, please?
Second.
You may. It's been moved and seconded to take oh, wait, Alder Evers?
Can we make that 10, please?
Is there objection to 10 minutes? Seeing no objection, I will, without objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of taking a 10-minute recess. It is 9:56. We will be back in 10 minutes. others to come back and to turn their cameras back on, please. And I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Abbas.
Here.
Alder Abbas is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett. Come back. Alder Carter. Alder Carter. Come back. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Vice President Curry.
Here.
Vice President Curry is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. President Furman.
Present.
President Furman is here. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Halverson is here. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney. Come back. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Limmer.
Here.
Alder Limmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Mayadzi.
Present.
Alder Mayadzi is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Vidavere.
Present.
Alder Vidavere is present. Alder Wahelier left early. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett is not present.
Alder Bennett is present.
Oh, my apologies. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter. Alder Carter. All right. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Our next item is item 55, Register 70641, amending sections of subchapter 41 of the Madison General Ordinances. Get a motion, please.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. I'd like to ask Heather Bailey if she's still with us to just quickly walk us through what this item is.
Sure. So I have a very short slide presentation because who doesn't like pictures? So this is about an amendment to the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The Historic Preservation Program has been underway for a little over 50 years at this point, but with the way the program has evolved over time, we never went back to do changes to the ordinance as we learned things. So that came up to a head a little over 10 years ago with some projects in the historic districts that were contentious and got contested to council because the rules that we had for how work was undertaken within particularly our older historic districts was very vague, and it led to some differences of opinion, and therefore things would get appealed to Common Council. So the guidance from Common Council in 2014 was that the Historic Preservation Ordinance needed an overhaul. We needed to update things. So LORC 1 was updating the front end of the ordinance, which was considered the easier work. LORC 2 is tasked with dealing with how we regulate development that happens in our historic districts. So that began in 2017, and here we are talking about concluding that process. So for those of you unfamiliar with our historic districts, we have 5. Most of them are grouped on the isthmus. University Heights is a little bit further out on the west, but Mansion Hill, First Settlement, and Third Lake Ridge with bungalows right next to it are largely grouped there on the isthmus. So for the second stage of LORC, as we call it, the Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee process, we initially had 3 meetings in each of our local historic districts for a total of 15. The committee itself met for 35 times. The committee consisted of 5 alders for most of its tenure. The final round, we also had a citizen member who was former Alder Rummel. To conclude their process, once they had drafted up some viable legislation, we took it back out for public process. And so we did some virtual meetings, 3 of those. Then as here we are in the final bit, we did some committee referrals, went to economic development, housing strategy, and finally landmarks as the lead. But for the goals of what we were doing with this process, there was a little bit of a pause in 2018. There was some legislation changes on the state level, so we want to make sure we were incorporating that. We wanted to have consistent standards across each district because each of them were a microcosm for how they were created at a particular point in time. And so they were looking at different things depending on what we were dealing with in historic preservation at the time we adopted them, from starting in the 1970s up into the early 2000s. Things have changed a lot. We wanted to incorporate current preservation practices and standards, also make the ordinance easier to understand. There's a lot of language that if you're in the know, then you know how it works. We wanted to make it user friendly for everybody, but also to clarify the approval process. So for the projects that were contested and ended up getting appealed to Common Council, part of it was that there was a lot of gray area and it was vague. And we wanted to be able to clarify things so that, particularly for the large projects, which are the ones that get really contentious, that it was clear about how you needed to proceed. I suppose I can go into more detail on that in a bit to answer questions from Alder Abbas in relation to Smart Growth Madison's proposal. But our goal here is to make sure that things are clear for all of the users, for Landmarks Commission, for the property owners, for the contractors who are doing works in our historic districts. We need people doing work in our historic districts. But also for developers who are looking at doing reinvestment and looking at ways to continue to make these places vibrant and alive.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions for staff on item 55? Alder Abbas.
Yes, Heather, thank you so much for the presentation and giving us the history. Could you please speak to the question which Bill Connor asked?
Sure. So in terms of have we discussed the section about land combinations? Yes, we did. That was brought up at the Housing Strategy Committee meeting. And so we talked about it as part of that meeting, and then we talked about it again at the Landmarks Commission meeting most recently. For that portion of the ordinance, that was a section that was covered as part of LORC 1. So that section was implemented in 2015. So that wasn't part of what LORC 2 was tasked with and looking at in terms of how we regulate work that happens in the historic districts. Now, having said that, at Housing Strategy, Bill Connors brought up that without the ability to do land combinations, that new development could never happen in the historic districts. And so he brought up a project at 817 to 821 Williamson and said if they had to do a land combination, that never would have been approved. They did have to get a certificate of appropriateness for land combination. They did get that and their project was approved. The problem with that project was that the standards for the new construction were so vague that they had to come back repeatedly to the Landmarks Commission. And our goal with this new ordinance is to make things clearer so that developers know what they need to do in order to do a development like that. I would much rather a situation where a developer only has to come to Landmarks Commission once and then their project can move forward. He'd also brought up with that the property across the street, 826 Williamson, wouldn't be able to get approval for a land combination. That is going to be coming in here for, I think, the June 6th Landmarks Commission meeting for doing the land combination to look at a development to go there. My initial read is that what they're proposing for combining the underlying lots that are part of the current parcel is likely approvable and meets the standards. There doesn't seem to be a problem that his changes are addressing. If anything, though, with us wanting to clarify the process, by him wanting to take out that language and put where if a new development could be approved for a certificate of appropriateness, then they wouldn't need to get the certificate of appropriateness for land combination. I think that brings back in the gray area that would create projects that there isn't a lot of clarity, as opposed to having things set up with, this is what you know you're getting into. It's making a subjective case for maybe this could work. I think we are getting ourselves back into the very situation that the LORC 2 process was meant to resolve.
So I will ask you a very short question. So the language he proposed, if we implement that language, just for sake of assumption, what are the plus and minuses?
So the pluses would be boy, I really don't know. There are several projects that have already gone through this process and gotten their certificate of appropriateness for a land combination and then for their new development. Since we have a track record of people being able to successfully do this, particularly to develop new housing units, I'm not seeing that as problematic. I think that Bill Connors is hoping that larger developments would be able to happen. I think we are seeing developments that are happening in the historic districts that are able to look like they belong in the historic districts, and doing so in a way where they are able to bring in additional units. Landmarks does not weigh in on land uses. That is zoning, that is plan commission. They deal with that. They're strictly dealing with the aesthetics and the physical character. So they operate much more like urban design commission. So they're not getting into land uses. In terms of the downsides, I think that that proposal would actually be anti-development. It would set up a situation where we are introducing a whole lot more gray area where people don't know exactly what they're getting into, and situations where they're likely going to have to come back repeatedly to landmarks. I think that's going to be a big downside.
All right, I'm more confused, but thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Alder Bennett, questions for staff?
Yes. Hi, Heather. I really appreciate meeting with you prior to this because it really helped me understand the ordinance. I know a concern that was brought up was NIMBYism, and it's something we experienced a lot. So I'm wondering if you could speak to how this ordinance change would assist with or discourage NIMBYism.
So ideally, what I would like to see is what we do is we have standards that are specific and yet also provide flexibility for design to come in creative ways. But the Landmarks Commission is then just ruling about, does it meet the standard or does it not meet the standard? The previous standards were squishy enough that they could come into a, well, I like it or I don't like it. And that is not the realm that they need to be dealing in. The current Landmarks Commission is very good on saying, here's our standards and here's our precedent. We want to have very strong standards that says this design meets these standards, not, well, the neighborhood likes it or the neighborhood doesn't like it. That is highly subjective. We want to keep it with, here's the physical standards that we're dealing with, and that's the reason why we're making our decisions this way.
Mm-hmm. So, and by saying that, you're basically saying that because it's so subjective, that leaves wiggle room for NIMBYism, whereas having a set standard will more so create, I guess, consistency.
Ideally, I think part of the problem previously was it had enough gray area where it provided the appearance of people being pushed by whether or not this was liked or not liked. And as I tell people, this isn't a popularity contest. This is about, does it meet the standards for a given district?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Questions?
Yes, thank you. Heather, I just want to make sure I have a couple of things right. First, I saw from your slides, 2017 is when LORC started meeting, and there were 35 meetings. Is that right?
35 meetings of the committee, yes.
Right. And then I saw at least 20 public engagement opportunities. If you include 15 district-specific meetings, 3 as the process was getting underway, 3 meetings after the draft came out, as well as Landmarks Commission, about 20 or so public engagement opportunities, right?
Correct.
And just one question, if this should not pass tonight, what would be the repercussions of that?
Well, the repercussions would be, we would be right back to the current historic district standards that we've been operating with, some of them for almost 50 years, that created projects that were contested. That was what Common Council decided we needed to address, and kicked off the LORC process starting in 2014.
Okay, thank you. That's
welcome.
my question.
Alder Carter, questions? Alder, you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, I just have a quick question, and I'm going to use the Hills grocery store as an example, because that was one of the first African-American grocery stores in Madison. It is in historic district, I believe, but
it is a designated landmark. It is not in a historic district.
Okay. How does this affect that?
It doesn't.
Okay. And how does it affect the Carrington? It doesn't on that one either? Okay.
So designated landmarks, that was dealt with LORC 1. And so we have a process that we use for the designated landmarks. Hill Grocery is a part of the East Dayton National Register District, which is an honorary designation, comes with financial incentives. So this process that we're talking about is the local historic districts. It does not affect the Hill Grocery.
Does it go beyond the downtown area?
So
eventually?
at the moment, no. One of the other things that I think this addresses is the way we previously had a process for how you become a historic district, required anybody to come up with a neighborhood study and establish the boundaries, and also establish the standards that they wanted their historic district to be governed by. So it put the onus of being a historic district onto the neighborhood. What I would like is for the city to be able to say, if you want to become a historic district, you need to make a case for why your neighborhood is historic. And then what the city can provide is, here's the standards that would come with local historic property protections for retaining the character of your neighborhood, so that it puts the onus on the city for, we've already done the legwork. Here's the standards for how we regulate local historic districts. Then the neighborhood can come up with the case for, here's our story, and here's why we are historic, and here's the boundaries of what we think our historic neighborhood is. I think that is a much more equitable process. So in the future, maybe this could apply to other areas, but for right now, it only applies to our 5 local historic districts. For how a new neighborhood would become a historic district, it would come in with a nomination. It would go to landmarks for their recommendation, but then the ultimate decider is Common Council. This is the body that decides which areas in the city we are going to preserve for the benefit of the citizens of Madison.
Thank you for that clarification. I did come in a little late, so I missed some things. Thank you.
No worries. Happy to answer.
Sorry, thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alder Abbas?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, staff, for working really hard on this. And also thanks to all the 35 city meetings, the committee meetings and community involvement, and especially alders were part of that. So thanks all the hard work. And I also acknowledge I personally do not understand all aspect of this ordinance because my district is not that impacted. And this is more, it's a citywide thing, but more alders, their district is involved, they might have more knowledge around it. What I heard from Bill Connor and what I'm hearing from the staff is two different sides of the coin. And I personally think so, as we waited so long, we should at least give one chance to refer it to the next meeting. I do not want to vote no on this agenda item because there's a lot of good stuff and work has been done. And as the staff mentioned, we will be on the point zero where we started. But giving a referral at least give an opportunity for some of us, or at least myself and others, to meet with the staff and have an opportunity to meet with the bill too and discuss about specifically that particular language and see if there's any negative consequences or not. And I don't see there's any rush to pass right now. And my intent is not to really vote against it, it's just to get more clarification. And I honestly was also confused too. So I would like to move a motion to refer it with that understanding to the next Common Council meeting.
Second.
So a motion and a second to refer to the first council meeting in June. President Furman?
I'll try to be kind of brief about this. I see some other people are lined up to do this as well. I'll likely say similar things. We had 35 meetings. Bill Connors was at a good handful of them. This ordinance didn't change that dramatically over the last at least 6 months plus. Bill has brought this change through and tried to push this change in other places. I think adding more time to this process is not going to get us into any different place than we are today. There was tons of opportunity for this. And I also would say there's tons of opportunity to do this afterwards as well. We can make this change after this is implemented as a separate process and go through a referral to landmarks and have a discussion there, et cetera. Delaying this today is a mistake. There's too much work that's been put into this and nothing's going to change if we delay it. I urge people to finish this process and let's get this moving. Thanks.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'd just add that this item actually came to council with referrals. It's been a couple of months, I think, and additional referrals were added to economic development and to housing strategies. Those committees discussed the concerns of smart growth in Bill Connors and chose not to recommend any changes to the ordinance. And then it went to landmarks after that, which was the original referral. So I agree that nothing will change if we refer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, as mentioned before, I am in the Housing Strategy Committee. So Mr. Connors reached out to me and we discussed the information he provided. He also suggested I collected feedback from Justice Casadena, which I did, and I consulted with Heather. So thank you, Heather, for the input on this regard. And I don't want to speak for Justice, but he asked Mr. Connors has mentioned, they both are in agreement that the changes that this particular resolution is making or are needed. They are needed for a long time. So nobody's refuting that the changes made are negatively impact anything. What we discussed in the housing strategy was what Furman or Heck mentioned. We can improve this process in general. We can do that in the future. We can actually, sounds like there's a couple alders in here that are like I suggested to Bill, find a couple alders that want to work with you to make the future changes and take it from there. I personally not versed on this topic, so it wasn't one thing that I was going to jump in and say, okay, let me help you with it. But it sounds like there may be interest from other elders to work directly with him to bring the changes forward. But for this particular ordinance, there's the changes that they were tasked with doing were done. And I definitely hope that we can just get it passed and move on to update future ordinances. So I wouldn't be supporting referring this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Viteber.
Just wanted to point out that this is only one piece of the final product. There will also be basically a toolkit sort of guidebook that goes along with this. And this ordinance needs to be passed first in order for staff to develop that. And that really will be the piece that is going to help particularly our homeowners deal with how they do primarily repairs. That's the primary thing that happens in our historic district. So just really want to encourage folks to go ahead and pass this tonight so that our staff can continue their good work. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The current motion is to refer to the first council meeting in June. I suspect a contested vote, so let's do all those in favor of referral. Aye. Those opposed to referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Benford.
No.
No. Alder Bennett.
No.
No. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Conklin.
No.
No. Vice President Curry.
No.
No. Alder Evers.
No.
No. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
No. Alder Foster.
No.
No. President Furman.
No.
No. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Heck.
No.
No. Alder Limmer.
No.
No. Alder Martin.
No.
No. Alder Mayanzi.
No.
No. Alder Revere.
No.
No. And Alder Vitavere.
No.
No. Madam Mayor, I have 4 ayes and 14 noes.
With 14 noes, the motion to refer fails. We're back to the original motion, which is to adopt. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Alder Carter.
Put me down as abstaining.
Alder Carter will be noted as abstaining,
You can also abstain, me too.
as will Alder Abbas. Seeing no others, we'll record 2 abstentions and the balance aye votes. And that is it for item 55. Our next item is item 65. Give me a moment to get to the right page. Item 65 is Legislature 71289, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to revise the process for filling Common Council vacancies. President Furman.
Move place on file without prejudice.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to place on file without prejudice, which is the recommendation from the Common Council Executive Committee. On item 65, are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Alder Halverson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was having to work during the CCEC. I didn't intend to show up there. I did what any other constituent would do. I emailed the CCEC email, letting them know my thoughts. And found out that that email does not go to the members of the CCEC, which is a bit shocking to me, considering if you go to the website, it says that you want to put your comments in before an agenda item, you can email those emails. Apparently, those are not direct emails, and they are supposed to be forwarded, which didn't occur. So that's one thing I will be looking at addressing, because that is very concerning when our website tells people to do something and it's not occurring. And I will be addressing that. But with regards to this, it's a very straightforward, in my opinion, request. It's clear that we can't hold special elections, obviously, when we're doing vacated seats need to be filled, depending on when it happens. So the current process, as we all know, is candidates are interviewed and graded by the CCEC, results in a recommendation to the council. I believe through this process, there's a very small window of opportunity for the constituents, the voices of the individuals, to be represented by this new alder, to be part of the process. And if you think about a typical election cycle, there is months and months of outreach that the candidates will do to the constituents and have an opportunity to answer questions and build that consensus. And then, of course, the vote, the constituents have the vote and weigh in and their voice is heard. So I consider this being a significant obligation of the council. And I also think that having a 3/4 majority requirement for the appointment lets the public know that we are acknowledging that this is a significant obligation, and that we will have as many different voices represented to that appointment, to ensure that those voices will be represented well. So the second part of that is also just asking for 2 recommendations from the CCEC to give additional choice to the full council, because as we don't always have all the time to review everything, I do appreciate the recommendations. I just feel like it would be good to have more choice. So that's it in a nutshell. I believe that this would be one of the occasions that would warrant a supermajority vote.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on item 65? Seeing none, the motion is to place on file without prejudice. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of placing on file?
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call has been requested. All those in favor of placing on file, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Abbas?
No.
No. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Carter?
No.
No. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Curry?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. President Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Halverson?
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Alder Heck?
Aye.
Pardon me? And
Aye.
Alder Heck? Aye.
Yes.
Alder Limmer?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Martin?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Mayadzi?
No.
No. Alder Rivera?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Vitavere?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Mayor, I have 13 ayes and 5 noes.
With 13 ayes, the motion to place on file without prejudice passes. And that dispenses with item 65. We're on to item 66, which is Legistar 71315, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to remove reference to public comments and hearings as a special order of business. On item 66, a motion, please, President Furman.
Move adoption.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt item 66. Are there questions for staff? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Yes, for Attorney Haas.
Go ahead, Alder.
Attorney Haas, this is one of the items that I asked you to explain to me what's the context in terms of what is the issue that's trying to be fixed and the impact of passing this legislative file. And we had so could you share with me how you interpreted what this item means, the outcome?
Sure. Item 66 is an ordinance which would simply remove the reference to a special order of business for public comments and public hearings. Currently, the ordinance says that at 6:45, the council will take up public comments and public hearings as a special order of business. In practice, that rarely happens because the council is entertaining on resolutions and public comments and other preliminary matters. And so the sponsors can certainly speak to this, but I think the intent was to not give the public an impression that public comments and public hearings would take place at 6:45 and that they will just take place in the course of the agenda whenever the council gets to that point. And so I think that's basically the intent of the ordinance. That's the intent and the impact of the ordinance. It would not, I don't think it would have any practical change to when public comments and public hearings are heard during the course of the meeting, because right now, for the most part, they are not being heard at 6:45.
And so this ordinance does it help with processing, or I guess I'm really trying to determine what is broken and what is the fix.
Alder, if I might, it would simply codify what our current practice is. It just harmonizes our ordinances with what we're actually doing.
And it does not in any way negate the public from still contributing.
Not in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Just a real quick question. So just for clarity for all those that are still with us, the special order of business at 6:45 p.m. will be eliminated from the agenda, correct? If you look at page 3.
That's correct.
Okay. And early public comment that we used to have is no longer also. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
And all public comments, I will say, would begin after the resolutions. I would say 6:45, but it might, depending on how many resolutions we have, correct?
Alder, it's been more like 7:30 or 8.
That's why I said that.
But yes.
Touche. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions on item 66? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 66, and we will move on to item 67, which is Legistar 71317, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances, further regarding public comments at Common Council meetings. On item 67, a motion, please.
Sure. We're going to be moving a substitute, and I want to be clear because this may not be available to the public, but it was mailed out to alders. The substitute removes in the last sentence of the text, it removes the words of 2/3 of the members of council. So it strikes that text that says of 2/3 of the members of council. So move that substitute.
Second.
Moved and seconded a substitute on the item. Are there questions for staff? Alder Carter.
Can Attorney Haas give up? I don't even know what to say at this hour.
You would like the attorney to explain it, Alder?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Attorney Haas.
This ordinance it makes some changes as far as when public comments can be heard, with sort of an outlet, as President Furman alluded to, which I'll get to in a minute. So under 2 instances, public comments would not be accepted. One is when the item is listed on the consent agenda for referral and the consent agenda is adopted with that referral. So the item will be taken up at a future meeting where public comments can be heard. The second instance is when you have public comment, which might be extensive at some meeting, and the council then decides during this discussion to refer the item to a subsequent meeting and referring it for discussion and action only. So I think that should be specified in the motion. That means that public comment is closed and the council will simply move to discussion and action at a future meeting. In either of those cases, the substitute would allow public comment to be made if the council votes by a simple majority to allow public comment at either of those times.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. Are there further questions? Seeing no further questions, it's been moved. The substitute has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Are we into discussion?
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the substitute at all. And the reason that I'm not going to be supporting the substitute is that we have tried very hard to encourage public comments. And sometimes those public comments have been very extensive, but that's part of our process. And it just feels uncomfortable for me. And it sounds that it feels as though we are somehow bridling or silencing the public comment. Sometimes it doesn't always go our way, and and sometimes it's hard to hear. But one of the things that we have been encouraging is for more constituents to be heard, whether it's on our side or not, but the opportunity to speak and be heard. And I just have a sense of this is controlling and somehow suppressing the opportunity for public comment. So I will not be supporting this because it just does not fit what we say that we are moving toward. People over process, a process over people. I don't know how you're going to lay it, but it just seems as though we are silencing the voices because sometimes the voices are voices that we don't want to hear. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I will be supporting this. By no means necessary is this silencing our constituents, our community, but this is more logical A lot of folks don't understand the process. So I think we're making this clear that if the item is coming up and we're referring it, many times, like Madam Mayor has said, we're not going to listen to public comment if we're not even taking the item up. So I think it's just a clear understanding of folks understanding the process, that if this is referred to other places, we're not bringing it up. So there's no point of talking about it if we're not even going to vote on it. So this I don't take as any means of silencing any of our constituents. I think this is laying out a better process, and I hope that my colleagues will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Real quick, two things. One is we often complain about long meetings and, constituents having to talk about something that's we're actually not voting on is sort of a waste of their time. And I don't think they understand that quite. But more importantly, there is a provision, this last sentence, notwithstanding this provision, the council may allow public comment in either instance upon a favorable vote of the members of the council. So we're not squelching this. We have the ability to allow it if a colleague moves to that effect and gets a majority of votes. But as a rule, we should be looking at ways to make our meetings run more efficiently and not asking or, giving residents an opportunity to speak to something that we're not acting upon and we're not voting on is kind of a waste of their time and ours. So let's be thinking about ways that we can shorten the length of our meetings and allow us to be more efficient in the performance of our duties as alders. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
I think this is very interesting because I can almost guarantee you that our constituents and those that, whether they're listening or actually participating in public comment, is not going to go to section 2.029 to know what you're trying to say. We're trying to help them. We're still going to have to, the mayor will still have to say something at our council meetings. They're not going to know this. So as we sit here saying, we're trying to help you, help us, help you, we still have to have this announcement at the meetings, just like the mayor's done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to clarify what Alder Carter was saying. We will have to say something, absolutely, but we won't have to take the public comment. So we won't have to sit through, 15, 20 people making comments about something that's going to come back to us again anyway and require people to show up and make comment again. So absolutely, there'll need to be a disclosure at those meetings, but this will at least avoid us from spending time on talking about something that we're not going to be voting on that evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I just want to add that discussion happened at the CCC today. I had the same concerns, so I asked for some kind of press conference to be put together to send this information out to the public and give us the same kind of information for us to distribute in our blogs. So I agree. Communication and education is extremely important in this case. So I believe Alder Furman offered to put those together. So we should be seeing those soon if this amendment passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt the substitute. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Halverson?
I'll be a no.
Alder Harrington McKinney?
I'll be a no.
Alder Carter?
I'll be abstaining.
Alder Carter will abstain. Alders Harrington, McKinney, and Halverson will be recorded as voting no. Balance of the alders will be recorded as voting aye. Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote on item 67. Takes us to item 68, which is Legistar 71318, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to exclude referrals without consent of the lead sponsor from the consent agenda. President Furman, a motion.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. On item 68, are there questions for staff? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Again, Attorney Haas.
Attorney House, could you explain this item, please?
I'd be happy to. Of course, Alder Foster can explain his intent as well, but the ordinance would simply remove the requirement to vote on a referral that the lead sponsor wants to add prior to the meeting or on the consent agenda. There was some, I think, lack of clarity in a recent ordinance change. And this is just meant to clarify that given that the lead sponsor is really in control of the ordinance, the lead sponsor should be able to add referrals without requiring a vote of the council.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. Are there further questions for staff? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Alder Carter.
Yeah, and I do have a quick question for staff.
Go ahead, Alder.
So if the lead sponsor, and I'm thinking about what has happened in the past, wants to refer this to CCEC, and then another alder says this is not appropriate for CCEC, where does this amendment come in at? So the lead sponsor should be able to do that if they want to. Is that what you're saying?
I believe the item could still be pulled from the consent agenda. But I think all this does is say that if the referral is made without the consent of the lead sponsor, it has to be excluded from the consent agenda and acted upon separately.
Alder Foster, I think, wishes to address the intent.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this was the change that we adopted a few months ago, which was meant to pull any items related to referrals that did not have consent of the whole body, to pull them out of the consent agenda process. So that's what the new ordinance that we adopted a few months ago was intended to do and did. Unfortunately, the language of that ordinance caught some other things that were not controversial and that where there was consent, and forced them to also come off the consent agenda. So that included things like there was an error and there was a missing referral when it was input into Legistar that was then caught, added on there, and then there was an interpretation that, oh, I guess now we need to pull that item off the consent agenda and have a separate, move it separately. The other one was items that are introduced from the floor. Again, there not necessarily any interest for discussing the referrals by any member of council, but because technically it was a referral from the floor that came along with an introduction from the floor, it was also, with a strict interpretation of that language, was also getting pulled off the consent agenda. So what this does is really just fixes that language to make it clear that if everyone's in agreement and there's no need to discuss the referrals, they can stay on the consent agenda. As long as the lead sponsor is on board with it, they stay on the consent agenda. If anyone wants to object to or add any referral and have a conversation about it, then those would come off the consent agenda. So this language is really just clarifying and should accomplish the same thing that the previous ordinance that we adopted was meant to do.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so let's go. And I don't know if this is discussion. So Madam Mayor, I'm sure that you will correct me. I'd like to offer a substitute. Is that in order?
There's no other alders in the queue, so I think it is in order.
Okay, and my substitute is that this be placed on file without prejudice, and I'll speak to it if I can get a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
What we're doing is that we are codifying something that we have to explain, and it goes back to not only educating our constituents, but it's educating ourselves as well. Understanding what we're voting on, what we're codifying, because what we're doing is once we pass this, it becomes, we've codified it. And I don't think that we have had enough information to really understand the ramifications and what we're voting on. I haven't, so let me own this, and maybe other people have, and maybe I'm just very slow. But I'm uncomfortable because at one of our sessions, it was voted that if I, as an alder, wanted to refer something to a committee, I had to state why, and then I had to justify why I wanted to refer it to Committee X. This is also it's complex to me, and I really want to understand it, because once we codify this, then it is the law going forward. And since there are questions, and earlier I did contact Attorney Haas, and I said, please explain this to me because it's very confusing to me. And he did, and it's still confusing to me. And so the nature of this is to place it on file until we have a better understanding of what this actually means as I sit here as an alder going through the process of making amendments and doing the business of doing our business. So that's why I don't think that it's ready to be codified as yet.
Thank you, Alder. The motion before us now is to place on file without prejudice. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to place on file without prejudice. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? President Furman.
Mayor, I'd like you to call the roll. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested. All those in favor of placing this item on file without prejudice, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Abbas. Alder Abbas. No. Alder Benford.
No.
No. Alder Bennett.
No.
No. Alder Carter. Alder Carter.
Aye, I was muted, sorry.
No problem. Aye. Alder Conklin.
No.
No. Vice President Curry.
No.
No. Alder Evers.
No.
No. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
No. Alder Foster.
No.
No. President Furman.
No.
No. Alder Halverson.
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Heck.
No.
No. Alder Limmer.
No.
No. Alder Martin.
No.
No. Alder Mayadzi.
No.
No. Alder Verveer.
No.
No. Alder Vidavere.
No.
No? Madam Mayor, I have 16 noes and 2 ayes.
With 16 noes, the motion to place on file without prejudice fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Register me as a no, please.
Alder Carter.
Abstaining.
We'll note Alder Carter as abstaining and Alder Harrington McKinney as voting no, and otherwise record aye votes. Seeing no objection, that vote is recorded. That takes us to item 71, which is Legistar 71355, amending sections of the MGO and repealing sections of the MGO related to the Common Council Executive Committee. President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's no objection from the body, I'd actually like to move a motion to adopt item 71 and the substitute for item 72 together. That way we can have questions and discussion on 2 changes that are related to each other.
Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we'll take items 71 and 72 together, then a motion on both.
Move adoption of 71355 and move adoption of 71357 substitute.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff on item 71 or 72? Seeing no questions for staff on item 71 or 72. Is there discussion on either item? Seeing no discussion on either item, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of items 71 and 72? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Record me as abstaining.
Alder Harrington McKinney will be recorded as abstaining on items 71 and 72. Is there objection to otherwise recording an aye vote? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote on items 71 and 72. And that brings us to item 117. If Mr. Paulson is still with us and still willing, President Furman.
So I'm going to move adoption of this item, and it will be effective based on his signing of the oath tomorrow at the clerk's office.
Second.
The motion is to appoint, and it's been seconded. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Alder Abbas.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm just confused. So we are not taking oath tonight online? It's need to go to clerk office tomorrow?
Alder Abbas, apparently the verbal administration of the oath is a ceremony, and the actual effective oath taking is when you sign the oath in front of the clerk.
Oh, okay.
And you can blame Attorney Haas for taking all the fun out of it.
For sure. Thanks.
Alder Harrington McKinney, are there questions?
So I know he's on board, and he did sign up for comments. And is it in order to have a question? I'd like to.
It is in order, Alder. It's slightly out of order, but I think we'll allow it if there's an objection. Go ahead, Alder. Mr. Paulson is here with us.
Is he on camera?
He is not at the moment, given that he is still a member of the public.
Okay, so sir, I'd like to welcome you to our body. And could you just, in 10 words or less, make a comment and to say why you wanted to be on board?
Sure. Good evening, everyone.
I don't know that I can do it in less than 10 words, but I will.
I was being generous. Just take the time that you need. I think you have 3 minutes. Is that correct, Madam Mayor?
It's a question, Alder, so he has as much time as he wants.
Okay, well, you should be careful in saying that, Madam Mayor. But no, I will be brief. So I have been in Madison for 25 years and have lived in the 3rd district now for 7 years. And I've been looking for opportunities to get more involved. I finished graduate school here a couple of years ago, and that was in 2018. And I decided I was very involved before. I focused down on graduate school and make sure I finished that. And then for 2018, I took some time off to make sure that just to give myself a break. And then we had a family medical thing, and then COVID. So I'm a little slow in getting back into it. And this came along, and it was a little bigger than I thought. Hey, here's where I want to get back involved in, but the opportunity presented itself, and I decided to go for it. So I am interested in all things city, and have been active in things. I was a chair of a city committee several years ago. I was active in UW. I was active in local politics, and this was an interesting opportunity, and I was aware of the time commitment when I signed up for it. So I was pleased that things went well for me with the CCEC, and I hope to earn your support tonight, and I look forward to hopefully being your colleague for at least the next year.
Thank you.
Very much. I've heard of your name. I just haven't met you, I don't think, personally, but thank you very much.
We have met, but it has been several years.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, it's Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. It's late. I will be quick. I can't encourage my colleagues strongly enough to support Eric Paulson's nomination. He is one of the most well-informed and engaged people I know. I would be honored to be represented by him. And I will definitely rest easy knowing that he is the interim District 3 Alder. He is going to be an excellent representative, and I will help him in any way I can. And just please support his appointment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Congratulations, soon to be Alder Paulson, as soon as you get that oath signed in the clerk's office. And that is the last item that is on our agenda tonight. I do have a few things that I would just like to conclude with. Firstly, I would like to wish a happy birthday coming up to Alder Wahilahe, even though she is no longer with us tonight. Secondly, I believe it's in order for us to wish a very fond farewell to several of our colleagues in this space. Alder Lemmer, who we have now replaced, Alder Alburis, and Alder Martin. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your service to our city, and please don't be strangers. And Alder Abbas, it's your turn.
Yep. Move motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and second to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.